Chapter 2026. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. On the spacious square, Shao Qixing's group was confronting a group of Divine Being soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Being soldiers was even larger than Shao Qixing's group. "How do we fight?" Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Being soldiers had already started their assault. Shao Qixing stopped the people who were preparing to attack and smiled. "Everyone, please act as reinforcements and watch me deal with them." Shao Qixing finished speaking and flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large number of goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms landed on the ground and quickly turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a small number were clearly elites, and an extremely small number were even sturdier and more valiant. "These are Soldier Goo, Sergeant Goo, and Sergeant Goo?" Gu Ting squinted his eyes slightly. "It should be." Wei Wuxiang roughly counted. "There are about 500 people. It seems that Shao Qixing is doing quite well in the military camp. He has actually accumulated so many human path goo worms." "Formation!" Shao Qixing shouted and activated the Arrow Army formation goo in his aperture. The soldiers under his control immediately gathered. The centurion led the sergeant led the sergeant, and the sergeant was surrounded by soldiers. The entire army was like a huge arrow. Without dodging or evading, they directly charged towards the Divine Being soldiers that were charging towards them. "Kill!" The army led by Shao Qixing let out a deafening battle cry, but the Divine Being soldiers were deathly silent. The two sides were like huge waves colliding, and after colliding, they began to infiltrate each other. Shao Qixing's eyes were like lightning, shooting out starlight as he concentrated on controlling his own troops. In the chaotic battle, the troops under his control were always united into small groups, maintaining the most basic military formation. In contrast, the Divine Being soldiers were scattered and disorganized. After the initial stalemate, the situation gradually fell into Shao Qixing's control. Once he gained an advantage in a certain area, this advantage snowballed and continued to grow. Soon, the partial advantage turned into an overall advantage. Eventually, Shao Qixing's side obtained a complete victory. The Divine Being soldiers were all killed. "How is it?" Shao Qixing returned victorious. He looked at the other Goo immortal seeds with an excited expression, showing off his pride. Zhao Shuyi rolled her eyes and ignored him. "Brother Shao is indeed amazing." Chen Dejiang gave a thumbs up. "Ha!" Shao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dejiang, "If you had followed me back then, you would also have such achievements today. Let's continue forward." "It's just a mural," Wei Wuxiang said. "Don't be careless. These soldiers are just soybean soldiers, the most basic of the Divine Being soldiers," Gu Ting said. The group continued to move forward, continuously conquering the Divine Being soldiers. A moment later, they arrived at the busiest street of Divine Emperor City. The Divine Being soldiers were slaughtering the citizens in the city. It was a mess. When Sun Yao saw this, she was so angry that her eyes spat fire. The first time she entered this place, she came to this street and experienced the flourishing scenery. Who would have thought that such a beautiful scene would be completely destroyed by the Divine Being soldiers? There were corpses and blood everywhere. "I'll have to rely on you all to make a move," Shao Qixing said with rare modesty. "The terrain here is narrow and the field of vision is not clear. My men and horses can't pass through." The other Goo immortal seeds naturally had no objections. They rushed to the front lines and attacked together. Shao Qixing stayed at the back, controlling the soldiers around him to move forward slowly while observing carefully. He knew in his heart, since he came here to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, these Goo masters around him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Now was the best time for him to understand these people. These elite Goo masters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were truly extraordinary when they attacked. Shao Qixing had a lot of accumulation, but these Goo masters were not inferior. Ing Xingji continuously took out Dr. Gu and turned into human form, saving the wounded and dying everywhere. Chen Dejiang, on the other hand, was surrounded by a group of constables. He also held a blade and a chain, participating in the frontlines battle. Sun Yao, on the other hand, made Xiao Qixing look at her in a new light. She was surrounded by 3 dancers. Their long sleeves fluttered as they weakened the Divine Being soldiers. At the same time, Sun Yao also possessed the human path killer move, joy in helping others. This move was very effective in strengthening her allies. As for Wei Wuxiang, he was flickering in and out of sight. His figure was like a fish in water in the chaotic battlefield. This guy has already grasped Thief Gu, Xiao Qixing realized. These elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects showed their brilliance once they attacked. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure and became vigilant. I really can't underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for the time it took to brew half a cup of tea before the entire street was cleared. Without stopping, Xiao Qixing and the rest advanced towards other painting worlds. The Divine Being soldiers were exterminated by them one after another. Of course, they were not the only ones retaliating. The natives of the painting world also organized many teams and fought back with all their might, trying their best to kill the Divine Being soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in with the other teams and conversed secretly. These Divine Being soldiers are really amazing. There are so many types of them, it is an eye-opener. These people from the 10 great ancient sects have also matured. We need to conceal ourselves carefully and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. Right now, their accumulation surpassed Central Continent's people by a large margin, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only act in secret. After all, the outside world of the 5 regions was the main body. Once they were discovered by the Celestial Court, the situation would be terrible. The counterattacking teams killed faster and faster, their efficiency constantly increased, and their casualties rapidly decreased. After they had sufficient experience, they completely understood the types of Divine Being soldiers. Yellow Being soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Being soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Being soldiers had to be careful of their self-destruction, Black Being soldiers had the toughest bodies, and so on. After understanding the characteristics of different Divine Being soldiers, they launched targeted attacks. These Divine Being soldiers were far weaker than they looked. The counterattacking teams kept winning and regaining more and more territory. Finally, they gathered at one place and came to the city wall of Divine Emperor City. Outside the city wall was a vast sea of Divine Being soldiers. Xiao Qixing saw this scene and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The enemy was too powerful. It was not something his team could handle. Only by joining forces with other teams could they defend the city. The Divine Being soldiers surged forward without any formation. They were a mess as they charged forward. Xiao Qixing and the rest occupied the city wall and looked down from above, constantly killing. The Divine Being soldiers were like ants. They started to climb the city wall. The defending side resisted with all their might, not retreating a single step. The entire battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. A large number of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Eventually, Xiao Qixing fell on his butt. He had no strength left in his body. His snow-white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Continuous cheers came from the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of Divine Being soldiers had been completely annihilated. The outcome was decided. Next, it was time to clean up the remaining small groups of Divine Being soldiers in the paintings. Wait a moment, we seem to be able to leave Divine Emperor City. Following the Divine Being soldiers' route of invasion, we can counterattack their nest. During the process of cleaning up, everyone made a huge discovery. The army gathered again and finally reached Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Being soldiers with him. So you are the mastermind, the main culprit. You will pay the price for your sins. Why did you slaughter the innocent? What grudge do you have with them? The crowd was furious, but Xiao Qixing and the rest secretly glanced at each other before moving towards the back without leaving a trace. So the source of the Divine Being soldier calamity is actually him. He is Fang Clan's Gu immortal Fang Dichang. He had once refined Divine Being Palace. To think that he is still alive, and is even stirring up trouble in the painting world. Don't tell me the sect sent us here to eliminate him? Strange, why didn't the Celestial Court directly kill Fang Dichang? Maybe this is a test purposely left for us, or maybe we have to follow the rules of the painting world to deal with him. Shao Qixing and the rest conversed quickly. Their expressions were extremely solemn. They were already the focus of their sect's nurturing targets, thus they knew a lot about the Gu immortal world, especially the participants of the Fate War. They knew a lot about them. Kill! Take revenge for our friends and family. I want to tear him to pieces. The Gu masters in the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of dregs. Fang Dichang sat at the center and commanded calmly. The divine being soldiers around him changed their formation smoothly like flowing water. Especially when all kinds of soldiers cooperated with each other with great tacit understanding. The natives of the painting world suffered heavy losses. Shao Qixing and the rest were also very shocked. There are clearly not many soldiers, how can they fight to this state? This is a Gu immortal commanding them, the difference is like heaven and earth. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Fight. We have the advantage in numbers, even though Fang Dichang is strong, the gap between us is not that of an immortal. We have a lot of hope. Slaughter immortal! Someone shouted this slogan, but Shao Qixing and the rest were extremely excited. Once they made a move, the Gu masters fighting at the front immediately felt a strong sense of support. In fact, not just them, Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battlefield, contributing secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. The divine being soldiers kept changing their formation under his command, defending as firmly as Mount Tai. Shao Qixing and the rest fought bitterly for a long time, but to their shock, they found a terrifying gap between the enemy and their side. The divine being soldiers around Fang Dichang were almost non-existent. What should we do? An immortal is an immortal after all. Not to mention that Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Shao Qixing and the rest's condition fell to rock bottom. Their fighting spirit faded and they had thoughts of retreating, not daring to compete with Fang Dichang. But right at this time, Fang Dichang's body suddenly shook and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly, looking at the sky as he sneered. Genesis Lotus Will, you finally couldn't help but make a move. Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. He could no longer control the divine being soldiers as freely as before. Shao Qixing and the rest immediately felt the pressure on them decrease. They were pleasantly surprised as they charged forward. The divine being soldiers around Fang Dichang continued to shrink until they were all slaughtered. Fang Dichang had no choice but to personally take action. He slaughtered his way through the army. No one could match him. Good times did not last long. His condition continued to decline and he started to get injured. After some time, Fang Dichang's body was bathed in blood as he staggered. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die here! Fang Dichang gave a sorrowful cry as he self-detonated. Boom! The Gu masters surrounding him were all blown to smithereens. Not even their corpses remained. After a short moment of shock, the surviving Gu masters cheered and cheered. We won! We finally killed the demon! Sob, 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 father, mother, I have taken revenge for you. Chapter 2027. Shao Qixing and the rest strolled on the street. The battle had just ended. The originally bustling street was bleak and desolate. There were few pedestrians. Even if there were, most of them were injured. Fang Dichang was unworthy of Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered the innocent and caused so many casualties. Letting him die like this was really letting him off easy, Chen Dejiang said hatefully. Ying Xingji sighed and added, That's right, this was once such a lively place. You guys are really funny. Wei Wuxian laughed. This is only a painting world, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are also not real existences. No matter how many casualties there are, it will return to its former state after a few years. That's right. Compared to this, I am more curious about what kind of reward the sect will give us this time, Bu Ting said. Shao Qixing's eyes brightened. We succeeded in slaughtering immortals as mortals and also got rid of the internal threat of Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only the sect, even the celestial court will personally reward us. Ha! Xiao Qixing laughed heartily, feeling proud of himself. This time, in quelling the divine being weapon calamity and getting rid of Fang Dichang, he had the best performance, and contributed the most. In terms of rewards, he was the first. At the entrance of the alley that everyone passed, 2 beggars were sitting cross-legged in a corner, coldly observing their surroundings. The speech and actions of these 10 great ancient sects Gu immortal seeds were naturally seen by these 2 beggars. It is all thanks to you this time, Brother Shen, one of the beggars transmitted secretly. The beggar like Shenshang smiled. Should I call you Fan Yuan or Fan Dichang? The beggar beside him replied. I am just a clone. Strictly speaking, I cannot even be considered a clone now, I am only a remnant will. So, don't call me Fan Yuan. As for Fan Dichang, he is already dead, he died from self-detonation. I have no name now, I am just a beggar. Shenshang's eyes shined with brilliance. You are too humble. Even without me, fellow immortal has already planned to escape with your life. The beggar nodded and did not deny it. My previous plan was to use the divine being soldiers to invade and seize the painting world, that would be the best. But this possibility was not high. In order to consider victory, I had to consider defeat first. Naturally, I had to prepare a foolproof plan. My self-detonation caused my body and soul to completely disappear, but this will still remains. After a short pause, Fan Yuan's will continued. I do have to thank you for your help. If I rely on my own methods, there is a high chance of being discovered by Genesis Lotus Will. But with you covering for me, that's completely different. Fellow immortal Shenshang, your attainments in the Tao are getting deeper and deeper. Shenshang chuckled. Indeed. Ever since the Fate War, after I unraveled the Venerable's human path killer move, my human path attainment has improved greatly. Now that he had come to this world of murals, he had to pretend to be a beggar all day, carefully observing and concentrating on comprehending. His harvest was quite plentiful. There are benefits to being a beggar. Beggars are people of the lowest level. They can look at the world as bystanders. They can experience kindness and harshness. They can feel hunger and thirst, warmth and coldness. Saying so, Shenshang changed the topic, asking, What are your plans now? Are you going to leave this place or continue to stay? Fan Yuan's will did not hesitate. I cannot leave this place. Even though I only have a will left now, I can only temporarily escape the attention of Genesis Lotus Will. I do not have a way to leave this place. What about you, Shenshang? Shenshang also shook his head. I also cannot find a way to leave this place. I have already secretly investigated those Gu immortal seeds of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. They came and went because they obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to hide and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate. There will be a qualitative change. At that time, I will be able to find a way to leave this place. Fan Yuan's will took a deep look at Shenshang. He could tell that Shenshang was enjoying this place. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's investment was truly huge. He created a world to deduce human path. In this place, human path was supreme, other paths were just supplementary. Human path had the greatest development, the other paths were very weak. At the same time, this place followed the rules of the mortal world. The gap between immortals and mortals was very small. It was beneficial to the development of human path. There was also the isolation of inside and outside. Outsiders who entered this place would be isolated from the 5 regions. They would not even be able to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This prevented the spread of information and the contamination of information. Thus, this secluded human path paradise was created. Shenshang cultivated human path. Coming here was like a glutton encountering a peerless delicacy. He was like a fish in water. He was deeply attached to this place. Fan Yuan's will was currently residing in one of Shenshang's beggar gu. There were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him, the other was to follow Shenshang and cultivate, using Shenshang's strength to escape. Information regarding the Divine Being Soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang self-detonated? Qin Dingling frowned slightly. This result made Qin Dingling slightly disappointed. She had been hoping to capture this Fang Yuan clone alive. Then, through him, she could deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. To think that Fang Yuan's clone would actually commit suicide, but this is in line with Fang Yuan's ruthless nature. Qin Dingling did not have many suspicions. It would be great if we could capture him alive. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. It is a pity that these Gu immortal seeds have not matured enough. They could not grasp this opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing and the rest thought that it was a huge contribution to slaying the immortal, but in Qin Dingling's heart, it was a bad evaluation. But even so, Qin Dingling decided to heavily reward these Gu immortal seeds. They were all important targets for nurturing. After settling the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling placed her attention on the battle in Eastern Sea. The battle in Eastern Sea was the battle between humans and variant humans. Both sides were led by Qixi Ancestor and Wu Shuai. They fought in the immemorial Two Heavens and Eastern Sea. The battle was getting more intense. After Qixi Ancestor sacrificed himself to save profound literature Grotto Heaven, he took the opportunity to unite several Grotto Heaven forces in the Two Heavens. Even though Wu Shuai lost, he did not show weakness. On one hand, he gathered the Two Heavens to his side. On the other hand, he launched sneak attacks and invasions on those Grotto Heaven forces that were observing from the sidelines. Wu Shuai's strategy was very clear and straightforward. Before attacking the 5 regions, he had to cleanse the Two Heavens and stabilize the rear. On one hand, this was because the distance between the Two Heavens' Grotto Heavens was short. They could send troops to each other. If Wu Shuai did not do anything, when his army was outside, the Grotto Heavens would only need to pretend to attack to make Wu Shuai's army lose their footing. On the other hand, many of Wu Shuai's Grotto Heavens produced chi harvest fruits of various sizes. Every time Wu Shuai attacked a Grotto Heaven, he would use the method that variant human Gu immortals thought of to try and get rid of the chi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side needed such experiments. Under Wu Shuai's radical strategy, more and more human forces in the Two Heavens sought Qixi Ancestor's protection. Qixi Ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while consolidating his forces. But overall, he was still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's Two Heavens alliance grew much faster than Qixi Ancestor. He actively protected the interests of variant humans. More and more variant human Grotto Heavens joined him. In the Two Heavens, variant human Grotto Heavens outnumbered human Grotto Heavens by a lot. The final batch of variant human forces that were observing from the sidelines joined Wu Shuai. On one hand, they had no choice in the situation. On the other hand, if they did not join, there would be no hope of resolving the problem of the chi harvest fruits in the Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai's reputation soared, but the problem of the chi harvest fruits was still troubling him. The Two Heavens Alliance tried many methods, but they all failed to get rid of the chi harvest fruits. Qixi Ancestor's progress in researching the profundity of the chi harvest fruits was also slow. Wu Shuai and Qixi Ancestor fought. Even though there were frequent conflicts, there were not many casualties. That was because the focus of both sides was not to eliminate the other, but to get rid of the problem of the chi harvest fruits. In this world, the person who knows the profundity of the chi harvest fruits the most is probably Demon Immortal Qi Ju. It is a pity that I am not strong enough to deal with him. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly. He had already resolved the problem in Providence, but Fan Yuan still had no idea how to refine the heaven path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who Fan Yuan was talking about, had arrived at Western Desert. He should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew at a low altitude, searching around. He could not borrow Gu from Qixi Ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path Immortal Gu. In the end, along the way, he found several Qi Path Immortal Gu. These Qi Path Immortal Gu were mostly wild Immortal Gu. They were naturally produced after the Qi tides. A small portion were snatched by Demon Immortal Qi Ju from other Gu immortals. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was not ruthless. As long as he obtained the Chi Path Immortal Gu, he would let the Gu Immortal leave. Along the way, Demon Immortal Chi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Chi Path Immortal Gu should be nearby. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was thinking when a Gu Immortal suddenly appeared in his investigative range. Chapter 2028. Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw that this Gu Immortal had a headband on his head. He wore a green robe and had a tall and handsome posture. He had a thought. The Chi Path Immortal Gu that I deduced, is it on this person? With this thought, Demon Immortal Chi Ju attacked. With a loud rumble, a huge white air current giant hand grabbed towards Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time Demon Immortal Chi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler. Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had first-hand information about Demon Immortal Chi Ju from the Celestial Court. Seeing the white gas hand flying towards him, Scarlet Heart Traveler's heart jumped, and he quickly dodged and retreated. Red Heart Traveler was a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, a former Board Lord of Demon Judgment Board. He had great battle strength. During the fated war, he came to the Western Desert and disguised himself as a fiendish immortal of the Blood Path. He attracted the attention of many superforces of the Western Desert's righteous path, and held back a large number of hostile forces for the Central Continent. In Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost all Western Desert Gu Immortals. But his current opponent was Demon Immortal Chi Ju, one of the strongest Gu Immortals in the current world. Red Heart Traveler was very clear that he was not Demon Immortal Chi Ju's match. The difference between him and the enemy was too great. The loser of this battle would definitely be him. Hence, Red Heart Traveler's retreat was very straightforward. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw a blood-colored halo rise behind Red Heart Traveler's head. The latter's speed suddenly increased, and he easily dodged his Chi current hand. Demon Immortal Chi Ju exclaimed lightly, muttering to himself, "Blood Path again? In the current world, the Blood Path seems to be very popular." Demon Immortal Chi Ju was naturally not willing to let Red Heart Traveler off so easily. He chased after him. The two immortals, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly traversed thousands of miles. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was shocked to find that his main movement method could not catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Of course, he did not widen the gap. "I've already improved my movement technique, but I didn't expect that I still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Who was this person? A rank 8 Blood Path Gu Immortal." Demon Immortal Chi Ju searched through his memories and slowly found some clues. He had searched Qing Huizi's soul and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity had not been exposed, but he had wreaked havoc in Western Desert, and had such a sensitive identity of rank 8 Blood Path. Information regarding him had already spread to Jewel Yellow Skies, and all the Gu Immortals in the world had heard of him. After chasing for a while, Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly roared, "Where are you running to?" After he finished preparing, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler suddenly felt the airflow around his body roll up, seriously affecting his speed. He sighed internally. He could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's moves were vast and majestic. Milky white chi currents surged. It was like a tsunami with unstoppable might. The moment they truly exchanged blows, Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantageous position without any surprise. However, his methods weren't weak either. Bloody light pervaded the air and flowers of blood bloomed. There was no evil energy at all. Instead, it was warm and righteous, standing firm. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might. After a few rounds, his whole body was drenched in sweat. He sighed internally. "This Demon Immortal Chi Ju is indeed a famous old monster. He is truly too strong." Red Heart Traveler felt that he was like a small boat. Under Demon Immortal Chi Ju's frenzied attacks, he could only dodge with all his strength and stall for time. After several rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time, he suddenly heard a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from under the desert and attacked Demon Immortal Chi Ju's back. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was caught unprepared, but he was not flustered in the face of danger. He stretched out his hand and a mountainous chi-current hand slammed towards the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be slammed by the hand, its body suddenly shone with bright light. It turned into an immemorial swallow and shot towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju like a sharp black arrow. So it is a transformation path Gu Immortal. Haha, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly startled. He had to stop and deal with it while praising generously. The one who came to help was naturally Nian's spiritual fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler came to Western Desert together. They were helping each other. With her help, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned for the better. He was finally saved from the brink of death. We can't fight for long. This old demon is too powerful. We are not his match. The reason why we can resist him now is because he is not familiar with our methods. Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted. He fought with Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and thoroughly felt the terror of a peak expert in the present age. The reason why Demon Immortal Chi-Ju did not kill him was because he had just been reborn and had not completely adapted to it. If they really fought, the two immortals of Celestial Court would be killed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju sooner or later. I have a way, follow me! Nian's spiritual fairy transmitted, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju chased after the two immortals of Celestial Court. He went through many twists and turns until he reached a desert. Nian's spiritual fairy suddenly turned into an immemorial desolate beast. She held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth and plunged into the desert. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted coldly. You think you are smart? He clapped his hands. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi currents crashed onto the surface of the desert like a tsunami, causing the surrounding 100 li of desert to sink by over 100 feet. Nian's spiritual fairy gave a muffled grunt, suffering heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly healed her injuries. Nian's spiritual fairy did not dare to turn around to fight. She focused on moving underground. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was about to dive into the sand and continue his pursuit when he heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast emerged from the bottom of the desert. Seeing this immemorial soul beast, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's pupils shrunk. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape. It had a sinister appearance. It had a tortoise shell, 4 tiger claws, a dragon tail, a snake neck, and a human head. Its hair was disheveled. Its eyes were filled with anger and ferocity. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It even had many immortal goo. Ah, you found Qingqiu. Seeing that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was entangled by the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler cried out in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qingqiu. After Divine Being Palace was seized by Fang Clan, Qingqiu left Divine Being Palace and hid in a corner. There was no news of it. But during the Fate War, Divine Being Palace and Emperor City merged into one. Genesis Lotus will came out to control the situation. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Celestial Court. Qin Dingling not only knew Fang Dichang's true identity, she even obtained information about Qingqiu. Divine Being Palace had imprisoned Qingqiu for so many years. Genesis Lotus will understood it too well. It had a secret method to search for it. After Qin Dingling obtained this secret method, she secretly ordered Nian's spiritual fairy to search for Qingqiu and subdue it. Qingqiu was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had an innate ability to discern everything about spectral soul. If Celestial Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fang Yuan, they could also deal with spectral soul. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Nian's spiritual fairy had found Qingqiu's location not long ago, but she did not have enough strength. She had no confidence in forcefully attacking it. Now that Red Heart Traveler encountered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, she came up with a plan to lure Demon Immortal Chi-Ju into a fight with Qingqiu. This is great! At this rate, we can watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards. Red Heart Traveler laughed. Qingqiu is not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match. We can only act according to the situation. Nian's spiritual fairy conversed while using all her strength to move deeper underground. the further away from the battlefield, the better. However, contrary to Celestial Court's expectations, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju soon sensed something amiss. He opened his mouth and breathed out endless chi currents that filled the surroundings. He threw himself into it and quickly vanished. Ching-Cho had no opponent. It also chose to leave the battlefield and escape into the sky. Deep underground, Celestial Court's two immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Oh no! We can't keep that Blood Sea True Inheritance." Nine Spiritual Fairy was dazed for a moment before reacting. "You really found that Blood Path True Inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded and sighed. Celestial Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial thing was that the Chi Tides exposed some clues about the Blood Sea True Inheritance. I searched for half a month before finally arriving at the final location. But there, I encountered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Nine Spiritual Fairy was silent. On the other side, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju returned to his original location. "It is indeed here." He inspected for a while and found that the Chi was still here. It had not moved. After trying for a while, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea True Inheritance. Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, and other places. Among them, there were only 9 true inheritances. Right now, this one was already in Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing! With this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Goo Immortals. And this Blood Chi Immortal Goo is also suitable for me. Ha! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly. When he used killer moves earlier, he almost always expended immortal material Chi. Now, every time he obtained a Chi Path Immortal Goo, his strength would rise by a level. Chapter 2029. Western Desert. Strong winds blew and sand surged. A caravan was moving with difficulty in the desolate desert. "Oh heavens, we are finally returning to Sand Wolf City." In the caravan, Pingde had an exhausted expression as he sighed. Goo Master Mo Li was sitting on a camel beside him. He looked at Pingde and teased. "Lad, your thinking is different from the first time we set off." Pingda's face blushed. When Mo Li first organized the caravan, he was very excited. He thought the adventure would be very exciting. But after several caravan trips, Pingde had already realized how naive he had been. In this world, caravan was not only difficult and risky, it was also very tiring and difficult to move forward. If one was careless, they would lose their lives in the vast and merciless desert. But Pingda's sigh resonated with the other Goo masters in the caravan. "Yes, we are going home again. Although we did not encounter any danger during this caravan trip, we are really tired. After we return, I want to take a good bath. I can't help but want to go to a tavern to drink, ha ha." Amoli smiled. He thought of his wife and son who had changed greatly recently. His son was chosen and heavily nurtured. He could be said to be a prodigal son who had turned over a new leaf. All of these beautiful things gave Amoli new hope and motivation to live. No matter how difficult caravan was, he could enjoy it. "Wait, there is a situation." The Goo master in charge of scouting at the front of the caravan suddenly shouted a warning. Pingde immediately tensed up, but also felt strange. Logically speaking, this was near Sandwolf City. There should be no danger here. But why was there a warning? Amoli immediately activated his investigative Goo. His body stiffened as he shouted. "There is a strange situation. Everyone move forward at full speed." Pingde and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Amoli leading the way, they trusted the caravan leader and quickly followed. As they got closer to Sandwolf City, even without using Goo worms, they discovered the abnormality. Several plumes of gray smoke could be seen rising into the air. There was also the smell of burning and fire coming from the direction of Sandwolf City. Everyone in the caravan felt a strong sense of foreboding, and they quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Sandwolf City. "This is impossible! What's going on? Heavens, this is a dream, it must be a dream." Some of the members of the caravan directly knelt on the sand, some broke down and cried. Even the usually steady leader Molly was stunned on the spot. Pingda's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The once bustling Sandwolf city was now in ruins. There were corpses everywhere, broken walls, burning flames, and smoke everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Emoli muttered and suddenly ran into the city as if he was electrocuted. His action woke up many people. The Goo Masters quickly ran back to their homes. Pingda did not have a home, so he quickly urged the camel to follow Uncle Emoli. Emoli's speed was extremely fast. He was extremely anxious and directly left Pingda far behind. Fortunately, Pingda had returned to Sandwolf City a few times and had already figured out the route. He knew where Uncle Emoli's house was. When Pingda arrived at Molly's house, he saw a ruin. Emoli, on the other hand, knelt on the ruins and looked at his wife's corpse that he had just dug out in silence. From Uncle Emoli's silence, Pingda could feel the mountain-like weight on his back. How could this be? What happened here? Pingda was sorrowful but also very confused. In his opinion, Sandwolf City was such a huge city with so many Goo Masters stationed inside, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a dead city. What kind of force could destroy Sandwolf City? Was it a Chi-tide calamity? The traces left at the scene did not seem like it at all. This world is really too dangerous. People are living in constant danger, even Goo Masters are the same. There is no such thing as a safe place. Pingda felt increasingly insignificant in his heart. He looked at Emoli, who was kneeling on the ground like a stone statue. He opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget that you still have a son." These words shook Missouri slightly. His eyes shined with the light of hope again. "Pingda, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city. He is a Goo immortal seed and is being nurtured heavily. He is definitely fine. He is definitely well protected. Let's go and find him." Emoli brought his wife's corpse and hurriedly went to the inner city with Pingda. The whole inner city had turned into a huge crater. The inner city was gone. Several caravan members stood at the edge of the crater, looking at it blankly. Emoli came to their side and looked at the huge crater. His lips trembled and his face was extremely pale. He could not speak. Pingda secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He could see that this huge crater was completely the footprint of a wild beast. Such a huge footprint, the size of this wild beast was simply unimaginable. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A huge beast as big as a mountain attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and gradually started crying. Emoli fell into a deathly silence. Pingda could not persuade him. Uncle Emoli once had such a beautiful family, but suddenly, everything was gone, only he was left. Fate was so cruel to Emoli and all the surviving members of the caravan. Boom! Right at this time, the air above everyone's head suddenly surged, emitting a sonic boom. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Did the huge beast not leave? Pingda quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. Goo Immortals! The other Goo Masters shouted. This place is also in trouble. The Goo Immortals in the sky conversed, their voices were transmitted down without any intention of concealing it. This damned beast caused our Emo clan to suffer such heavy losses. When we catch it, we will tear out its tendons and skin it alive to vent our anger. Another Goo Immortal replied furiously. Let's go, we are about to catch up. The two Goo Immortals flew away, leaving this place. The Goo Masters on the ground were silent for a while before someone suddenly started crying loudly. Father, Mother, you died so miserably. I cannot take revenge for you, but there are immortals who can uphold justice for you. Pingda was silent, his mood was very heavy. At this moment, he suddenly realized, even if he became a Goo Master, even if he became a rank 5 Goo Master, what was the use? Only by becoming a Goo Immortal could he control a bit of his own fate in this world. I want to go take a look. Emoli suddenly spoke with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Goo Masters quickly urged. Emoli's attitude, however, was firm. I am useless. I cannot take revenge for my wife and children, but I will do my best to see the culprit punished with my own eyes by a Gu immortal. If I don't even grasp this chance, even if I survive, I will regret it for the rest of my life." These words resonated with the other Gu masters. They responded and expressed that they wanted to go with Emoli to witness justice. "Uncle, I want to go with you," Pingde said. "Stay behind, lad." Emoli looked at Pingde, his expression softening. Pingde smiled bitterly. "Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are the closest person to me in this world. Since I am following you, I will not separate from you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, uncle." Emoli looked at Pingde deeply for a while before nodding and saying in a hoarse voice, "Lad, follow me." The group of Gu masters followed the direction the Gu immortal flew in, leaving Sandwolf's city ruins. Along the way, the giant beast's footprints on the sand were very obvious, allowing them to maintain the most correct path. They traveled like this for a day and a night, when they suddenly heard thunder from the horizon. "This is not lightning, it is the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast. Listen, there are beast roars coming from the wind." The Gu masters were very excited. They increased their speed and wanted to get closer. But right at this time, a pitch-black chi current shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. A trace of the chi current scattered and landed near a Gu master. One trace of the black chi curled up and brushed past the Gu master's shoulder. That Gu master suddenly cried out in fear. His skin and flesh started to rot, and he quickly turned into a skeleton. Everyone was shocked by this change. They quickly scattered in all directions. Fortunately, that trace of black chi went with the wind and did not linger around. "It is too dangerous to continue moving forward. This is only the aftermath of the Gu immortal fighting the giant beast. We have no way of resisting it. If we continue to get closer, we will be throwing away our lives." Most of the Gu masters wanted to retreat, turning around and leaving. "I still want to try again. All of you can leave. All of you can leave." Emoli was the only Gu master left. Pingde still wanted to follow him, but this time, Emoli's attitude was very firm. He chased Pingde away. Emoli trudged for some distance alone. When he climbed up a sand dune, the scene in front of him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. Far away in the horizon there was a huge black fog. This fog was clearly the pitch-black chi current from earlier. In this rumbling black fog, Emoli could vaguely see a mountain-like beast silhouette and flickering lightning. Emoli breathed in deeply and was about to move forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. "Uncle, do you want to die?" "Don't move forward, you will die," Pingde shouted. "Brat, why haven't you left yet?" Emoli was anxious. Pingda's face was full of eagerness and sincerity. "Uncle, you're my savior. How could I be ungrateful and watch you throw your life away? I know you want to die, but your condition is not right. With my strength, you could not even sense me when I followed you all the way. Uncle, live on, don't throw away your life." But Emoli did not listen. "Brat, scram." "I won't scram." "Scram. This has nothing to do with you, you still have your youth. Don't throw away your life here." "Uncle, I want to save you." "I don't need you to save me, even if I die, I will take revenge. Even if it is just an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied." Rumble! Just as the two were entangled, a hurricane came from the battlefield in the horizon. The hurricane was like a wall, supporting the sky as it rapidly swept towards the two of them. Oh no! Pingde and Emoli had no time to dodge. They were quickly engulfed by the hurricane. Chapter 2030. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled, Mo Clan's Gu immortals and the mysterious giant beast were still fighting intensely. "Bastard, die! I will skin you alive and tear out your tendons, to compensate for our losses." The two Mo Clan Gu immortals were furious. Mo Clan had suffered huge losses because of this giant beast. These two were in charge of the most important area. "You want me to die?" During the intense battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke. The two Mo Clan immortals were shocked, their hearts jumped. At this moment, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a purple-red tongue. The tongue pierced through Mo Clan Gu Immortal's body at lightning speed. Almost instantly, this Mo Clan Gu Immortal was completely corroded by the intense poison. He turned into nothingness. Only his immortal aperture turned into a faint speck of light that fell towards the ground. You are a legendary immemorial beast? The remaining Mo Clan Gu Immortals were shocked. They quickly retreated. But it was too late. The mysterious giant beast was Qing Cho. It snickered as ghostly qi surged out of its body. The ghostly qi turned into ghostly shadows that easily blocked the Mo Clan Gu Immortals. Qing Chao's main body got closer. Didn't you want to kill me and tear out my tendons? The Mo Clan Gu Immortal shouted in fear. Let me go, I am a Mo Clan Gu Immortal. If you let me go, Mo Clan will not pursue this matter. Pursue this matter? Anger flashed across Qing Chao's face when it heard this. You two fools, you don't even know that you were used. Go and die. Ah! The Mo Clan Gu Immortal screamed as the ghostly shadows pounced on him. He died on the spot. After killing these two Gu Immortals, Qing Cho looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was the immemorial sand monster. This was the helper that the Mo Clan Gu Immortals brought. They relied on it to restrain Qing Cho earlier. But the Mo Clan Gu Immortals did not expect Qing Cho to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast. It had extraordinary intelligence. Qing Cho used this to disguise itself as an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, causing the two Mo Clan Immortals to lower their guard. In the end, Qing Cho suddenly attacked, and the two Mo Clan Immortals suffered grievances. The two Mo Immortals were already dead. This immemorial sand monster no longer had a master. Its movements gradually slowed down as it stood on the ground and looked up at Qing Cho. Qing Cho glared at the immemorial sand monster. Scram! The primordial sand monster shivered in fright. It suddenly turned around and dived into the desert to escape. Qing Cho ordered the enemy to retreat, but the ghost aura around it became denser. It looked at a certain place in the sky and sneered. Two shameless insects, still not coming out? Saying so, Celestial Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, appeared. They floated side by side in the sky, looking down at Qing Cho. So previously, when Red Heart Traveler wanted to find Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritance, he was disrupted by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Realizing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's goal, Red Heart Traveler decisively gave up on the Blood Sea true inheritance, and continued to pursue Qing Cho with 9 Spiritual Fairy. After all, Qing Chao's matter was related to the Celestial Court's plans. And even if he obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, it would only increase the strength of Scarlet Heart Traveler alone. Which was more important was clear at a glance. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Celestial Court's secret method. They chased and soon found Qing Cho again. But the two did not dare to make a move. This was Western Desert, enemies were everywhere. It was not the territory of Celestial Court's two immortals. If they rashly fought against the legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the battle entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere. There would be too many variables. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler discussed for a while. 9 Spiritual Fairy would transform into an immemorial desolate beast and wreak havoc on the surrounding resource points, attracting Western Desert's Mo Clan Gu immortals. In the end, Mo Clan's two immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they did not expend much of Qing Chao's battle strength. Instead, Qing Cho discovered the traces of Celestial Court's two immortals. Celestial Court's two immortals' plan failed and Qing Cho discovered their traces. They directly showed up and attacked at the same time. Bam bam bam! Celestial Court's two immortals were rank 8. They were extraordinary indeed. Each of their moves were fierce and their attacks were like raging waves. Qing Cho was suppressed for a moment. But Qing Cho was an immemorial desolate beast. It had thick skin and flesh. Even if it was hit by a few rank 8 killer moves, it was fine. After dozens of rounds, it became familiar with the Celestial Court's two immortals' moves. It gradually regained control of the situation. But good times did not last. Qi tides started to form. The reason was that the immortal apertures of the western desert immortals had opened and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. These two immortal apertures had different heaven and earth chi from the outside world, together with the accumulated influence of the Gu immortals fighting Qing Cho. A huge chi tide soon formed. In the chi tide, Qing Cho was greatly restricted, its strength fell by a lot. In contrast, Celestial Court's two immortals had already contributed their immortal apertures. They only had phantom apertures. They were not affected much by the chi tide. Qing Cho roared furiously. It used all its strength but to no avail. It realized at this point that Celestial Court's two immortals had another layer of scheme. They did not just use the Western Desert immortals. They even schemed against their immortal apertures. Just as Qing Cho was in a tough battle, Pingde opened his eyes shakily. Where am I? He was in a daze for a while before he found that he was being carried by Uncle Mo. They were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Pingde sighed. You're awake. Uncle Mo smiled. Pingde. Uncle, put me down. But Uncle Mo shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Even though I saved you, you should not move for the time being. Pingde smiled bitterly. I have troubled you again. Where is this? Mo replied. Sigh, we were swept away by the hurricane for over 10,000 li. We are rushing back now. Mo had lived in the desert for many years. He naturally had a method to determine his location. Pingde heard Mo's words and became anxious. Uncle, why are you going back? Are you going to die? Mo was silent for a while before saying in a deep and resolute voice. I know it is dangerous to go back, but if I cannot even see the true appearance of the murderer of my wife and child, I will not be satisfied. Uncle. Pingde did not know how to persuade him. He understood Mo's pain and hatred at this moment. Precisely because of this, he could not persuade him. Mo continued. Brat, Uncle owes you a favor. After we travel a bit further, Uncle will put you down and leave you enough food and water. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to cross the desert alone and reach the nearest town. Uncle, I won't go. I cannot leave you alone. Stop fooling around. I am not fooling around. You are the one fooling around, Uncle. Just as the two were arguing, the sand under Mo's feet moved, forming a huge whirlpool that swept the two towards the center. Mo quickly activated his goo worms, but it was useless. Mo was pale with fright. What is going on? My goo worms are all useless. Pingde also tried to no avail. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be swallowed. This piece of quicksand was too strange. Neither of their methods had any effect. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand whirlpool, their bodies were gradually sinking into the sand, their expressions were ashen. Am I going to die? Pingde muttered. Mo sighed deeply. I have dragged you down, Pingde. I do not blame Uncle, this is all my own choice. Pingde only felt his heart beating wildly. His mouth was dry, he did not know what to say. The feeling before death was truly terrible. But soon, Pingde's attention was attracted by another matter. He found that the usually strong Uncle Mo was actually shedding tears. Mo started sobbing in an extremely rare manner. I am going to die, but I have not taken revenge yet. In fact, I have not even seen my enemy's true appearance. My strength is too weak. I do not even have the qualifications to approach my enemy. The difference between immortal and mortal is too great. I am only immortal. I am like an ant. Pingde opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Mo, but did not know what to say. At the next moment, hot sand poured into his mouth. Pingde quickly shut up. Next, his whole body was engulfed. His vision turned dark. Am I going to die? I am going to die like this. He, so pitiful. I did not expect my journey to another world to end like this. I really do not want to die. I really do not want to die. In his dark vision, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. I am not dead? Pingde sat up, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. There was a quicksand whirlpool at the mouth of the well. But strangely, the quicksand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand, only allowing Pingde and Emily to fall in. Uncle, uncle? Pingde immediately noticed Emily and called out twice before Emily reacted. Lad, you are awake? This is the immortal world, we are rich. Emily turned around with an excited and shocked expression. This is likely an inheritance left behind by a Gu immortal. Uncle, are you sure? Pingde opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This was all too surreal, the ups and downs of life were too sudden. He was not a rash person who had just transmigrated. The current Pingde and Emily had traveled many times. They had a rough understanding of the Gu world. The existence of Gu immortals and Gu immortal inheritances had always been the topic of discussion for Gu masters when they were free. To think that such an unreachable thing would appear in front of them at this moment. Damn it, damn it. Why is it not reacting? Emily tried many methods, getting increasingly anxious, but the starlight in front of him did not react at all. Uncle, this is probably not a Gu immortal inheritance, right? I think you are thinking too much. At this time, Pingde finally had the strength to stand up and walk towards Emily. Emily did not retort, he was also starting to doubt his previous judgment. But at this time, the starlight in front of him suddenly moved like a tide, directly passing through Emily and entering Pingde's body. The two were shocked. This happened very quickly, the starlight soon entered Pingde's body. Without starlight, the bottom of the well fell into darkness again. Emily activated a Gu worm. A lump of fire rose from his palm and brought light to the bottom of the well. Pingde was still standing on the spot blankly. His eyes were wide open like a statue. Emily quickly walked towards him. Pingde. How are you? Pingde reacted. Uncle, you are right. This is really a Gu immortal inheritance. Moreover, it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Emily was extremely shocked. They had learned a lot about the existence of venerables, and thanks to the current situation, this common knowledge of the Gu immortal world was no longer a secret of the mortal world. Emily's gaze became slightly complex. This means, Pingde, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not react to me. Pingde had an awkward expression. Uncle, I did not hide it from you on purpose. I only... All right. Emily waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Pingde, the Pingde I know, right? These words made Pingde extremely moved. He nodded fiercely. Yes. Uncle, thank you for your understanding. Emily waved his hand. All right, you rascal, you really struck it rich this time. Since you have inherited the demon venerable's true inheritance, then hurry up and let us leave this place. Normal methods are useless here. Pingde was extremely embarrassed. It is like this, uncle, even though I have many Gu worms, I cannot use them yet. This is the first time I have seen these Gu worms, I need to practice more. And according to the inheritance, I need to learn one of the killer moves before I can leave this place. Then let's practice quickly. If you have anything you don't understand, uncle will guide you. Thank you, uncle. There is no need to thank me between us. Emily smiled. Let's practice quickly, we do not have much food and water left. As the inheritor of the true inheritance, Pingde did not need to eat or drink at the bottom of the well, but Emily could not. For the next few days, Pingde trained hard. He was only a mortal, he was only practicing mortal Gu. This was the first time he had come into contact with these Gu worms. Even though there were detailed instructions in the inheritance, he still needed to practice to master these Gu worms. Emily helped Pingde study them, and once there was a result, Pingde would lend the Gu worms to Emily to demonstrate and guide him. Emily was an experienced Gu master after all, even though he did not have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. He was much more efficient at figuring out the usage of these Gu worms than Pingde. Finally, Pingde grasped the usage of each Gu worm with great difficulty. He found the threshold of using killer moves. Go Pingde, try to succeed in one go. Emily encouraged Pingde. Uncle, watch me. Pingde did not succeed in using his killer move for the first time. The killer move failed and he suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Peng De, how are you? Emoli quickly went to inspect Peng Da's body. Peng De spoke with difficulty. Uncle, I have disappointed you. But don't worry, next time I will definitely, ugh! Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Next, he looked at his chest in disbelief. His chest had already been pierced by Emoli's hand. His heart was destroyed by this sneak attack. Uncle, uncle! More blood gushed out of Peng Da's mouth. Emoli slowly raised his head. His eyes were filled with tears, but his face was extremely distorted. It was unfamiliar and terrifying to the point that Peng Da's heart shuddered. Emoli's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge, I want revenge! But the true inheritance chose you, I have no choice. Peng De! You are too young, you have practiced for so long, but you can't even grasp a killer move. I can't wait, I can't count on you. Emoli said this as he retracted his hand. Peng De fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes staring helplessly at the well. He was dead. But Emoli did not stop. He activated his goo worms and captured Peng Da's soul. Chapter 2031. Central Continent, an ordinary nameless mountain peak. Four goo immortals stealthily arrived at the foot of the mountain. He Lulan is on this mountain. Ing Wuxia looked at the mountain peak as he spoke. Beside him were Fairy Myrtle, Old Man Jingyuan, and Bai Ningbing. After Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan forced Bai Ningbing to surrender, they obtained Ing Wuxia's whereabouts. Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone. He had always taken the responsibility of rescuing the main body. But due to his own strength and Fan Yuan's arrangements, Ing Wuxia could not enter Celestial Court. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed, Fan Yuan escaped, Ing Wuxia wandered around Central Continent. He even resented Fan Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Myrtle showed sufficient evidence, Ing Wuxia learned that the main body was no longer in Celestial Court. He had escaped on his own. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed. He left Fan Yuan and met up with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. From Ing Wuxia, Fairy Myrtle and the rest learned that he had just parted ways with He Lulan. Thus, the four immortals secretly came here again. Ing Wuxia said in a low voice, He Lulan is a formidable character. Even though her cultivation level is low and future self has lost its effect, she lacks battle strength. She is tenacious and has great ambitions. We cannot underestimate her. Ing Wuxia did not doubt their strength, but what he was most worried about was whether He Lulan would join him and betray Fan Yuan. In this aspect, Fairy Myrtle was very confident. She smiled. I have complete confidence in persuading He Lulan to surrender. This woman has a complicated relationship with Fan Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lulan wants to kill her father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. And Fan Yuan captured He Qing. Because his strength surpasses He Lulan, he can control her. If we want to persuade her to surrender, we can start from there. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Back then, Fairy Myrtle tried all ways to deduce Fan Yuan's location, but Fan Yuan was extremely crafty. His wisdom path attainment was to guard against deductions. Fairy Myrtle could not do anything to Fan Yuan, but she investigated Fan Yuan's subordinates. But back then, even if she wanted to use these methods to find Fan Yuan's location, she would fail. But now, Fairy Myrtle wanted to deal with He Lulan. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements calmly. This time, Ing Wuxia, stay behind. Bai Ningbing, get close to He Lulan. In Yun Tian Immortal Liao Ing and Linging of Sect. Li. When you get close to He Lulan, you will ambush her and seal her in ice. After that, I will persuade her to surrender. Why don't I go with you? Ing Wuxia was not assured. Bai Ningbing glanced at him before flying out. Ing Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Myrtle, but Fairy Myrtle shook her head. We will stay here and observe. Bai Ningbing flew into the sky like a white rainbow, looking at the mountain peak as she shouted. Is He Lulan here? After a while, He Lulan appeared from the cave, looking at Bai Ningbing with a frown. It's you? Bai Ningbing chuckled as she pointed at He Lulan. I have joined Spectral Soul now. I am here to capture you. Hey Lulan, if you know what's good for you, just surrender. Hey Lulan stared with wide eyes. Are you serious? At the foot of the mountain, Ingwu Xia almost stomped his feet in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would ruin things. She has an eccentric personality. She prioritizes having fun. She is purposely trying to ruin things. She definitely thinks this will be fun. As expected, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Of course it's true. Saying so, she turned into a white rainbow as she pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan had already been preparing in secret. At this moment, he gave a low shout and raised both hands, sending out a sky full of flames to meet the white rainbow. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard. She was forced back to the sky. But she showed even more excitement on her face. Fire path method? You actually cultivated this path? Haha, interesting. I have been wanting to fight you for a long time. But how long can you resist me? Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. Bai Ningbing activated her trump card method. She was no longer in human form as frost energy enveloped the mountain peak. He Lulan entered the cave. But Bai Ningbing did not fear the ambush. She directly charged in. The two of them fought in the cave, causing thunderous explosions and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. After a few rounds, He Lulan fell into a disadvantage. Her situation was not good. He Lulan's aptitude, temperament, and talent were the best, but her luck was not good. She met Fan Yuan too early. Fan Yuan was above her. He used He Qing to control He Lulan. This greatly affected He Lulan's cultivation. He Lulan originally had Strength Qi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Self Strength Immortal Gu, but they all became Fan Yuan's. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fan Yuan. It was directly used up. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed during her tribulation. During the Fate formation, He Lulan was almost completely relying on Future Self. Once Future Self was broken, He Lulan returned to her original form. Fan Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulan had ambitions. She did not want to be controlled by Fan Yuan. She tried to find a way to escape. She had First Ant's true inheritance. After thinking about it, she decided to cultivate Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had much success, Fairy Myrtle found out, and now she was being chased by Bai Ningbing. He Lulan was filled with bitterness. She wanted to retreat, but Bai Ningbing chased after her relentlessly. Just as she gradually lost the strength to retaliate, and was about to be captured, a white light suddenly shot down from the sky. This white light seemed slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang could not dodge in time. She was hit. In an instant, Bai Xiang stopped moving in the air. He Lulan has helpers? Seeing this, Ingwu Xia was shocked. They are not helpers, they should be members of Longevity Heaven. Fairy Myrtle replied with a smile. Ingwu Xia realized now. It turned out that Fairy Myrtle had already calculated Bai Ningbing's personality. Her main motive was to use Bai Ningbing to lure Longevity Heaven into an ambush. The reason why she did not send Ingwu Xia was to protect him. After all, Ingwu Xia was Spectral Soul's clone. He was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who had Bai Xiang, was the best candidate to probe him. This is a time path killer move, is it Fan Yuan? He Lulan had a complex expression. She looked at the sky through the shattered rocks. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a strong light that shone on the immobilized Bai Ningbing. Even though Bai Xiang was powerful, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House created by Giant Sun Immortal. If Bai Ningbing was hit by it, she would die for sure. Fairy Myrtle quickly made a move, sending out a purple aura that covered Bai Ningbing's body, blocking Calamity Luck Altar's strong light. I was wondering who it was. So it is the defeated general of Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, flying into the sky with Old Man Jingyuan. We have already sided with Lord Spectral Soul. We are no longer in Celestial Court's camp. Bing Sichuan sneered. I don't care which side you are on. He Lulan is a descendant of my Longevity Heaven. She is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even think of touching her, Fairy Myrtle retorted. The 5 regions have been unified, the regional walls have vanished, how can there be a northern plains? We need to fight for Heilolan's ownership. Bing Sai Chuan did not waste any words, he directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to ram towards Fairy Myrtle. A huge battle erupted. Heilolan and Bai Ningbing were both restrained, unable to move. Heilolan's expression was ashen. She knew clearly that be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to snatch her because they wanted to search for clues to find Fan Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level. She became a target for both sides. Nobody came to ask her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long. Both sides restrained themselves. First, Fairy Myrtle stopped. No need to fight. I can give Heiluan to you. Bing Sai Chuan had the immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar, but Fairy Myrtle did not have Star Constellation chessboard. She was at a disadvantage. The reason why Fairy Myrtle fought was because she wanted to attract the Qi Tides after some time, using the power of the Qi Tides to determine their victory. But Bing Sai Chuan knew about Fairy Myrtle's plan. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with great power. Fairy Myrtle saw that the battle was intense. They would need to use all their strength to hold on until the Qi Tides arrived. She stopped. You and I have a common goal. It doesn't matter which side Heiluan is on. Fan Yuan is at his weakest now. If we miss this opportunity, it will be too late when Fan Yuan recovers. Why don't we work together? What do you think, Bing Sai Chuan? Fairy Myrtle invited. Next, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. To think that we would work together one day. Bing Sai Chuan was silent for a while before sighing. Chapter 2032. Deep within a certain earth trench in central continent. Calamity Luck Altar quietly floated in the air. There were tall and steep cliffs on both sides. Below it was a bottomless abyss. Calamity Luck Altar gave off a faint light. Its aura was not concealed at all. Any beast that tried to invade it would be chased away by it. And in the cliffs, there was a huge cave that Fairy Myrtle and the rest had created. Purple light flickered in the cave. A wisdom path formation was set up. Fairy Myrtle sat in the center, while Old Man Jingyuan sat in a supporting position. On one hand, he used human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Myrtle. On the other hand, he had control over a portion of the immortal formation to guard against Bing Sai Chuan. After all, this was the first time these two sides were cooperating. They could not be too careful. At the periphery of the formation, there were also several formation cores. Bai Ningbing, Heiluan, and Ning Wuxia were in the formation cores. They were the most crucial clues. Purple light flickered, rising and falling like tides. After a long while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, stopping this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple aurora gradually dissipated. How is it? Bing Sai Chuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing. There is still some way to go. But this method is definitely effective. These 3 have signed an alliance agreement with Fan Yuan. They are the closest. As long as we capture more similar Gu immortals, we will be able to deduce Fan Yuan's exact location. The formation was dismantled. The Gu worms flew back into Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture. Ning Wuxia and the rest stood up. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan did not just send us, he also sent a large number of Transformation Path Gu immortals. Heiluan added. According to what I know, these Transformation Path Gu immortals were recruited by Fan Yuan after he annexed an immemorial Grotto Heaven. After the Destiny formation, Fan Yuan disappeared, and his whereabouts are unknown. These people are now scattered all over the Zhongzhou state. Ning Wuxia shook his head. But these Transformation Path Gu immortals do not have a close relationship with Fan Yuan. We should find Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin. These 2 are crucial people second only to us. Fairy Myrtle had finally collected all the Gu worms used to set up the formation. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. Every time she collected the formation, she would have to dismantle the formation. It was quite troublesome. She looked at Calamity Luck Altar that had been guarding at the side. Then why don't we split into 2 groups and search for White Rabbit and Miao Yin? If you encounter Fan Yuan's transformation path Gu immortals along the way, you can act accordingly. Bing Sichuan's reply came from Calamity Luck Altar. Sure. We still need to communicate more about our future cooperation. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Of course. Even though this cooperation was small in scale and took a short time, it had a huge significance. Both sides started to trust each other. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar took away He Luan, while Bai Ning Bing and Ing Wuxie stayed with Fairy Myrtle. The two sides continued to move separately. Immemorial Two Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, are you not surrendering even in death? Xiao Hejian, Lady Cold Ash, and the rest looked down at the dying Gu immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation level. She was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage, but she could not fight against so many enemies. She was on her last breath now. She spat, her face filled with hatred. You bunch of bandits, my Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven stands aloof from worldly affairs. We did not provoke you at all, nor do we have any grand ambitions. I will not surrender to you. Then go and die. Lady Coldash was already impatient. She pointed with her finger as a gray rainbow shot out, piercing through Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Coldash hooked her sleeves. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul flew into her hands along with the gray rainbow. This is a rank 8 Gu immortal soul. Devouring her is much more effective than devouring the soul core. It is also easier to absorb. Lady Coldash was spectral soul, but he had deceived the entire Wu Shui alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her plainly. Lady Coldash, you were the vanguard in this battle. You slaughtered countless people and collected a vast number of mortal souls, as well as many Gu immortal souls. These are your spoils of war, but this rank 8 soul was specially taken care of by Lord Alliance Leader. You cannot keep it for yourself. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned. He smiled as he handed this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. Since Alliance Leader wants it, how can I dare to keep it? He snorted coldly in his mind. I will give this to you for now. In the future, I will settle all our debts with you. Xiao Hejian nodded in satisfaction. He received Fairy Crescent Moon's soul and consoled Lady Coldash. Let's go, let the others clean this place. Follow me to meet Alliance Leader and report the entire battle situation. I can finally get close to Wu Shui. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul heard this and his heart shook. However, when the two immortals arrived at Dragon Palace, they only saw Wu Shui's while sitting on the main seat. After Wu Shui's will heard the report, he praised. Lady Coldash contributed the most in this attack on Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Not bad, work hard. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Coldash was very disappointed, but she had a smile on her face. All right, all of you can leave now. In the future you will be rewarded according to your contributions. Wu Shui's will waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was still unresigned. It is such a pity that I could not see Alliance Leader in person. Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain for Lady Coldash's character. She was still trying to flatter Alliance Leader when he was not present, he said plainly. Do you think Lord Alliance Leader is someone you can meet whenever you want? To resolve the crisis of the Qi harvest fruit, he has been in closed cultivation in Dragon Palace. We only need to follow Alliance Leader's orders. Yes. Xiao Hejian's expression eased. He patted Lady Coldash's shoulder. Do your job well and follow me. One day, you will be able to climb up and play an important role in the Alliance. I will need to rely on Lord's guidance for all of this. Spectral Soul put on a show, but internally, he was planning when he could secretly capture this Xiao Hejian as well. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hejian smiled as he walked ahead. He joined the alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. He was alone and was constantly suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He gradually gained a foothold in the alliance, and slowly gained some Gu immortals as his subordinates. Lady Coldash's performance in the recent battles was very outstanding. She displayed incredible battle strength. Even though she was a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to recruit her. On the other side, Granny Skeleton requests an audience! The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton walked into the hall and saw Chi-Si Ancestor on the main seat. She cupped her fists and said directly, Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to be under Chi-Si Ancestor's command. Chi-Si Ancestor nodded. Ha ha ha, Skeleton, you are a wise person. Join us, you will not regret it in the future. Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the problem of the Chi harvest fruit? I have already made some progress, don't worry, Fan Yuan said as he changed the topic. But Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the closest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Now that Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has fallen to Wu Shuai's side, I intend to send some Gu Immortals to defend Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate with me. Granny Skeleton sighed. Even though Fan Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the Chi harvest fruit problem, due to the situation outside, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join Wu Shuai's side. In this situation, I really have no choice. Right now, there are almost no scattered grotto heavens in the immemorial two heavens. If they do not join Wu Shuai's side, they will be recruited by Chi-Si Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not get the answer she wanted. She left with a heavy heart. Fan Yuan's pressure was also increasing. Just now, a wisdom path great expert deduced about me. She is really powerful. Like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle deduced about Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan naturally sensed it. This was equivalent to two people using wisdom path methods to fight across space. From my own luck, the situation is not good. The danger is coming, there is only a trace of hope. Even though Fan Yuan's cooking luck pot was only rank 7, he could see a portion of his luck, he could see a large part of it. Fan Yuan had already made some progress regarding the Chi harvest fruit. But as for how to refine the heaven path down marks, Fan Yuan was still at a loss. He was very clear that this trace of hope was in the heaven path down marks. Only by refining the heaven path down marks and recovering his strength could he break out of the danger in the near future. If he could not refine it or did not do it in time, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 2033 Western Desert. The intense battle between rank 8s was still continuing. Qing Cho roared furiously, its tongue shot out at lightning speed. Bam bam bam, the blood-red figures surrounding Qing Cho were easily pierced by its tongue, collapsing and exploding. Every time a blood-red figure exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn paler. But his brows were tightly furrowed and his teeth were clenched. His fighting spirit did not decrease as he maintained the battlefield killer move with all his strength. At this rate, Red Heart Traveler will not be able to hold on for long. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting with Qing Cho, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had spent much effort to restrain Qing Cho, allowing Red Heart Traveler to maintain the battlefield killer move and trap this legendary immemorial desolate beast temporarily. However, Qing Cho possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. After it realized that it could not break this battlefield killer move, it focused its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in an attempt to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler could not hold on and the battlefield dissipated, Qing Cho would definitely leave. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant. It would be extremely difficult to capture it again in a short period of time. Forget it. I can only use this move. 9 Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth, making an important decision. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook, and she returned to her human form from her beast form. She was a transformation path great expert. According to common sense, her battle strength should be higher after transformation. But now that she was in human form, her aura surged and was even stronger than before. 9 rays of light shot out of her immortal aperture, forming a huge 9-colored light barrier. The light barrier was divided into 9 layers, each layer was brightly colored. Qing Cho had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler. 9 Spiritual Fairy's sudden eruption shocked it. It quickly diverted its firepower. But at this stage, 9 spiritual transformations could be considered to have completed its preparation. There were no more flaws. 9 Spiritual Fairy shouted, The 9-colored light barrier shook as the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body. Its body was covered in colorful lights as it charged at Ching-Cho. Ching-Cho gave a strange cry. It temporarily gave up on Red Heart Traveler and charged at this rhinoceros without dodging. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. After the two enormous beings collided, it was actually Ching-Cho that took a small step back, while the big-headed rhinoceros remained in place. Ching-Cho was shocked and furious. It didn't expect this rhinoceros to be so powerful. In its view, this rainbow-colored rhinoceros was translucent. It could even see 9 spiritual fairy at the center. It did not give off the feeling of having a solid body. But after this clash, Ching-Cho understood that this rainbow rhinoceros could only be stronger than its previous physical form. Ching-Cho is at a disadvantage. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 Spirits transformation is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was both happy and worried when he saw this scene. The price of using 9 Spirit transformation was very high. After a Gu Immortal cultivates it, they could only use it 9 times in their lifetime. 9 Spiritual Fairy chose to use one of such a precious killer move on Ching-Cho. It showed her determination to obtain it. Ching-Cho roared. Its ferocious nature was stimulated as it attacked 9 Spiritual Fairy again. But the mixed-colored light ball around 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly changed from the big-headed rhinoceros to the southern Ming Fire Sparrow. The Fire Sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ching-Cho pounced on empty air. It had no time to raise its head and directly activated its defensive method. Sure enough, at the next moment, Ching-Cho heard the sharp cry of the Fire Sparrow, and its back was hit. With a whoosh, it was engulfed by the flames in the sky. Ching-Cho's hurried defensive method only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was instantly broken. Ching-Cho retaliated fiercely. Beast roars and bird cries contended with each other. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Red Heart Traveler finally had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly adjusted his condition. He adjusted his breathing as he watched the battle, feeling worried. This Ching-Cho is really thick-skinned, although it is at a disadvantage and the battle rhythm is firmly controlled by 9 Spiritual Fairy, it has sufficient stamina. In contrast, although 9 Spiritual Fairy has the upper hand and is in control of the battle situation, it cannot last for long. If there is no external help, it will definitely die from exhaustion if this drags on. Red Heart Traveler thought of this and decided to take a risk. He waited patiently, secretly accumulating strength. After waiting for a full 2 hours, he finally saw a chance to fight. There was only an instant of opportunity. Red Heart Traveler suddenly attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This blood had a fragrant smell. It flew into the air and spun like a miniature blood sun. It shot out endless blood light as it charged at Ching-Cho. Although Ching-Cho was fighting 9 Spiritual Fairy, it had never let go of its guard against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used the killer move to block this small blood lump, it was useless. The blood lump seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstructions and landed on Ching-Cho's head, turning into a red sun insignia. Ching-Cho's expression changed. It found that each of its movements would involve the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It started to show its might, restraining its movements, interfering with its killer moves and lowering its fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it! Ching-Cho roared angrily, unleashing a frenzied wave of attacks. 9 Spiritual Fairy fought with all her strength, but she was forced to retreat again and again. With a loud sound, Ching-Cho finally broke Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, a victorious smile appeared on Red Heart Traveler's face. Ching-Cho's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of these countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its forehead. Success! Cough, cough, cough! Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as paper. 9 Spiritual Fairy quickly suppressed Ching-Cho, which was becoming slower and slower, while transmitting her voice. Red Heart Traveler, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head. activating his killer move with difficulty. He endured the intense pain and started healing his injuries. 9 Spiritual Fairy spent a lot of effort to finally suppress Qing Cho. Looking at Qing Cho that was bound like a dumpling by the blood threads, 9 Spiritual Fairy praised. "What method is this? You actually managed to capture Qing Cho?" Red Heart Traveler barely managed to catch his breath, replying, "This is a method I created on the spot. I have not named it yet." 9 Spiritual Fairy looked at Red Heart Traveler and could not help but stare at him. "You are truly impressive." Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Don't overestimate me. I discovered that Qing Chao's vital immortal goo is rank 8 hatred goo, that's why I created this move. If it were any other legendary immemorial, this would be a joke. The reason I was able to use this move was thanks to you disregarding the price and activating the killer move 9 Spiritual Transformation, giving me the chance to launch a sneak attack." 9 Spiritual Fairy also shook her head. "Capturing Qing Cho is related to the plan to kill Fan Yuan. This is for the Celestial Court and the people of the world. Why would I care about paying such a small price? But this hatred goo, is it the one recorded in the legends of Renzu?" "Yes." Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 Spiritual Fairy sighed. "This makes sense. Why can Qing Cho distinguish its enemies? Unfortunately, it did not use its killer move completely. We will capture it and use hatred goo. With the Celestial Court's killer move, we will definitely be able to find the exact location of Fan Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the other demons." Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. "Let's go, we cannot stay here for long." They had been fighting here for a long time, even though they used the battlefield killer move to save a lot of time and even concealed most of the traces of the battle. Goo Immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Not to mention other forces, Mo Clan's large group might be arriving soon. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler had been fighting for a long time. Their conditions were not good. They immediately brought Qing Cho to Central Continent. Sure enough, after they left for a while, several Goo Immortals from Mo Clan arrived in an immortal Goo house with a fierce aura. There was an intense battle here. Even though there are few traces, we can see that it was a battle between rank 8s. No wonder our clan's Goo Immortals died so quickly. Quickly chase, we have an immortal Goo house, they can't have escaped far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased after the 2 immortals of Celestial Court. Several days passed. Amidst the rumbling sandstorm, a Goo Master moved with difficulty. He came to the center of the battlefield and saw that the pit was already half buried by the sandstorm. He roared towards the sky. This person was the one who killed Ping De and seized Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Emoli. He had gone through untold hardships to come here, wanting to see the true appearance of the murderer of his wife and child, but he was too late. "I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. No matter who you are, what kind of monster you are, I want you to die." Emoli knelt in the desert and roared towards the sky. And beside him, Ping Dao's soul was floating. Ping Da sneered. He, you are a mere mortal. You want to take revenge on an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Emoli's eyes were blood red. He stared at Ping Dao's soul with a malevolent expression. "I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely become a Goo Immortal and take revenge." Ping Da laughed. "There is another possibility. This immortal beast has already been killed by the Goo Immortals. You have no target to take revenge on." Emoli was stunned. He was silent like a rock. After a while, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the throat of Ping Dao's soul, acting like a madman. "No! It will not die. I will not allow it to die. It will definitely die in my hands." Emoli continued to shout. "I want to become a Goo Immortal. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely take revenge. Speak, quickly explain to me how to use the next Goo Worm." Emoli grabbed Ping Dao's soul and activated his Goo Worm at the same time. Traces of white smoke quickly appeared at the place where Emoli's palm touched Ping Dao's soul, producing a sizzling sound. Ping Dao's soul immediately let out a sharp scream. He was in great pain. I'll speak. This is called circuit goo. Circuit goo? What in the world is that? Ping Da's soul hesitated. How do I explain this thing? You are not an otherworldly demon, you cannot understand what circuit is. Simply put, it is a path that lightning walks on. Emily immediately scoffed. What is so hard to understand about this? It is not like I haven't read the legends of Rinzhu. The legends of Rinzhu clearly recorded that in order to find a way out, Lightning Goo chose to cooperate with blazing glory lightning brilliance, and eventually walked out of immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning of circuit. Ping Da's soul was stunned. Emily praised. Thieving heaven demon venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually had such a wondrous idea. He must have obtained inspiration from the legends of Rinzhu to create circuit goo. Chapter 2034. Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the Two Heavens Alliance and colluded with Qixi Ancestor. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Today will be the day you die. Xiao Hejian looked down from the sky. Behind him were a large number of Goo immortals from the Two Heavens Alliance. They were all standing there expressionlessly, showing their strength in numbers. In contrast, the Forest Thunder Grotto Lord was alone. Facing the enemy troops alone, he was very powerless. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master let out a bitter laugh. Since I've been discovered by you, I won't refute anything. At that time, do you think I was willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to use my Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven's Qi Harvest Fruit as an experiment. Before this, the Alliance had tried several times, but none of them had succeeded. The Grotto Heavens that they had experimented with had all been destroyed. I joined the Two Heavens Alliance to protect myself. But now, I have to sacrifice my home. Since that's the case, I might as well surrender to the enemy. Perhaps there will be a new hope. Xiao Hejian frowned and snorted discontentedly. You have too little confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and our Alliance Master Wu Shuai. Maybe you'll succeed this time. The Forest Lightning Grotto Master chuckled. If Alliance Chief Wu Shuai handles things fairly, I have nothing to say either. However, he was obviously protecting the mutants and sacrificing the humans. The Grotto Heavens used by the Alliance for testing are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragonman after all. I've seen through this alliance. All the human Goo immortals present, watch carefully. Today, I will be your ending. After me, it will be your turn. Hearing this, the expressions of the human Goo immortals present changed slightly. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had undoubtedly spoken of their worries. Wu Shuai and Qixi Ancestor were part of the same body. They had a tacit understanding. They were opposing each other on the surface, but they were actually peacefully dividing the forces of the Two Heavens. By now, there were no longer any neutral Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens. All Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens were either destroyed or submitted to Wu Shuai or Qixi Ancestor. After the two major forces divided the fruit for 2 days, both sides stopped fighting and kept exploring ways to solve the problem of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Compared to Qixi Ancestor, who was in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Qi path attainment was much weaker. Therefore, Wu Shuai's 2-day alliance could only keep experimenting. In order to pursue efficiency, their actions were very rough. The experiment of eradicating the Qi Harvest Fruit failed many times, and many Grotto Heavens self-destructed. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven Lord was not willing to let his own Grotto Heaven become a gambling stake. He wanted to protect himself and to survive. He secretly contacted Qixi Ancestor. He was truly an unlucky child. He did not know that Qixi Ancestor and Wu Shuai were one body. Qixi Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body. He directly informed Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai thus ordered Xiao Hejian to gather a group of Goo immortals and punish the traitors severely. Looking at the Forest Thunder Cave Master, Xiao Hejian sneered coldly and said impatiently, "Who will take down this criminal for me?" Lady Koldash stepped forward. "Let me do it." She had the attitude of a vanguard. Xiao Hejian nodded. "Very good." Seeing Lady Koldash charging towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian was overjoyed, thinking, "This Koldash is indeed perceptive and quite capable. My hard work in roping her in was not in vain. Lady Cold Ash and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fought. Both were rank 8s. For a while, they were locked in a stalemate. The other Goo Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from the clouds. When Goo Immortals fought as a group, cooperation was very important. Different paths had conflicting marks. If there was no exquisite cooperation, there would be huge internal friction instead. The losses would outweigh the gains. Of course, this did not prevent the spectating Goo Immortals from accumulating strength and launching sneak attacks when there was an opening. But the Goo Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance did not find a good opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Lady Cold Ash gradually gained the upper hand and gained control. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately escaped underground. Lady Cold Ash was Spectral Soul in disguise. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord resist her? The intense battle earlier was all a facade. It was just a performance by Spectral Soul. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escaping and laughed loudly, waving his hand. Chase! The immortals surged forward. They did not care about the huge Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, they only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this one rank 8, the other resistance would not be a problem. They would even take the initiative to protect Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's safety. After all, this Grotto Heaven was used as an experiment. If the resources inside were to be divided, they would have a share. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord continued to drill deep underground. Lady Cold Ash did not chase him, she stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first wave of Goo Immortals who went deep underground returned with dejected expressions. Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned after hearing their report. There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground? The returning Goo Immortals naturally brought back evidence. Using methods like image Goo, the Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at every moment. Lightning flashed time and time again, forming huge silver-white trees. The giant trees only existed for an instant, but the great thunder sound leaves, the forked silver lightning branches and so on were condensed into solid forms, tempting the immortals present. Amazing, these are all invaluable lightning path rank 8 immortal materials. This is only the surface wealth of the lightning forest. According to the legends of Renzu, the source of the lightning forest is lightning goo. A lightning forest of this scale is enough to prove that there is a rank 8 lightning goo here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to use lightning goo to resist? This is wishful thinking. How can a mere rank 8 immortal goo resist our Two Heavens Alliance? The immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance discussed, but no one took the initiative to go. After all, the lightning forest was a dangerous area. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had a huge geographical advantage here. Rashly invading was likely to be a thankless task. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who can go down and capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Cold Ash did not hesitate, she stood up again. Xiao Hejian revealed a satisfied smile. Cold Ash, if you win, you will have the greatest contribution in this battle. Thank you, Lord. Lady Cold Ash was about to move. Wait. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous place. Let me accompany immortal friend Cold Ash there. If there are any accidents, I can assist you. Let's do that. Xiao Hejian agreed to Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thus, the two immortals charged underground, while the other Goo Immortals and Xiao Hejian stayed in the air, watching the battle while waiting patiently. Lady Cold Ash charged underground, arriving in front of the lightning forest. She opened her immortal aperture's entrance, and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged into the lightning forest like a surging tide. Rumble, lightning continued to strike down, explosions occurred continuously. The soul beasts suffered heavy losses, using countless lives to forcefully open up a path. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord successfully charged into the depths of the lightning forest. I did not expect Lady Cold Ash to unravel the lightning forest like this. She really disregarded the cost. She is determined to curry favor with Xiao Hejian. There have been many rumors recently. It seems that Lord Alliance Leader wants to make Xiao Hejian the Vice Alliance Leader? Our alliance only has one Vice Alliance Leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Wu Shuai wants to balance his subordinates. It is not strange for him to make such an arrangement. Even though Lady Cold Ash is a human goo immortal, she does not want to end up like Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Thus, she wholeheartedly wants to enter the Alliance's higher-ups and protect her grotto heaven. She has put in a lot of effort. The goo immortals watched the battle while conversing secretly. After a while, Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord reached the center of the Lightning Forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 lightning goo. Seeing the two immortals, he quickly stopped the goo refinement and shouted furiously, "Stop! If you take another step forward, I will destroy this lightning goo." Seeing this, the immortals could not help but be surprised. So this lightning goo is still a wild immortal goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine it. What is going on? Haha, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, what do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this lightning forest was originally just an ordinary lightning path resource point. But at some point, a wild lightning goo was produced. Because of this lightning goo, the original lightning path resource point gradually turned into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, but added bricks and tiles to this lightning forest to help it grow and expand. As the scale of the lightning forest grows, its source lightning goo also continues to grow. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven continuously invested in it, and finally made this wild lightning goo advance to rank 8. The goo immortals of the two heavens alliance conversed, and quickly understood the truth of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path goo immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was a natural evolution of the heavenly path. Nature was refining goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord ingeniously used the power of nature to continuously add fuel to the flames on the original foundation. His goal was to raise lightning goo to the level of rank 9. And during this process, once he refined this wild immortal goo, the heaven path goo refinement process would be interrupted and could no longer be restored. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept this wild lightning goo and did not refine it. Seizing other people's goo worms was an extremely difficult matter. But a wild immortal goo was different. A rank 8 wild immortal goo, and most importantly, it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest could not help but open their eyes wide, revealing expressions of greed and wariness. This is an important matter, we cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted to Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stated conditions. As long as you let me and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven go, I can contribute this lightning goo to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. Chapter 2035. I have been in seclusion for a week, and I am very grateful to everyone for recommending various articles. I skimmed through these articles. They were all good articles. But among them, there are only 3 stories in the 3-body problem that are similar to my Goo Dao Master. The similarity is that they are both fables, but the difference is that my The Legends of Renzu is slightly longer and can be used as a complete single story. In the previous week, I had learned a lot. When they saw something good, they would open their mouths wide and stuff it down their necks. Only then did he finally finish the new chapter of The Legends of Renzu. Tearful. I dug this hole myself, and now I can only bury it myself. Even if I have to bury myself in it, I have to fill the hole. Looking at the sky with tears in my eyes, I discovered that I had many shortcomings. For example, he always liked to make optimistic estimates, such as the plan to finish the book in May. How embarrassing. Covering face with tears, another example was that he did not have a strong foundation in writing. If I had sufficient foundations, would I not be able to write The Legends of Renzu? Recently, this feeling has become more and more intense. I feel more and more weak. There are so many things that I need to study and learn about writing. There are too many books worth reading, too many examples worth learning from. A week of seclusion was really too short. There wasn't much to learn. Previously, he said that he would not be able to repay the debt of double updates in April. I can't say for June, I really can't guarantee it. He was terrified and uneasy. Perhaps the updates would stabilize, but it was very possible that they would suddenly be stuck on the Legends of Renzu, unable to continue. The main text wouldn't get stuck. But the Legends of Renzu was definitely going to be stuck. It was definitely going to depend on one's state and inspiration. However, the Legends of Renzu definitely had to be written well, and it had to be similar to the previous chapters. It had to be interspersed throughout the entire article, and it had to complement each other. Otherwise, this venomous Gu Taoist would lose its grade. He had done so well in the beginning. If he couldn't do it well in the later stages, it would be such a pity. Not to mention you guys, I won't let myself go. Because of a moment of laziness and comfort, I gave up on this part of my hard work. I will definitely regret it in the future. This is my recent writing experience, and I would like to share it with everyone. I would also like to report my writing status, current progress, and so on. Chapter 2036. According to the Legends of Renzu, Hatred Gu and Lightning Gu can form an extremely terrifying killer move that can destroy immemorial blue heaven. Fan Yuan looked at it carefully and thought, doesn't this mean that these two Gu worms can counter Heaven Path? Where are the Heaven Path Tao marks most concentrated? It is undoubtedly the immemorial 9 heavens. Other than that, it is Fan Yuan's body. This seems to be a way to resolve my current predicament. Fan Yuan thought. But Lightning Gu is here, without Hatred Gu, it won't work. Where is this Gu worm? Is there such an immortal Gu? If not, how can I refine it? If there is, it will be even more troublesome. I will have to go and snatch it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal Gu, how to form the killer move is still a mystery. The Legends of Renzu is too vague. Right at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter from Celestial Court through jewel yellow skies. Fan Yuan opened it, and saw that the letter Gu directly described the matter of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Qin Dingling was very enthusiastic about Lightning Gu. She even asked Qi Ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruit and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Celestial Court to obtain Lightning Gu. Why is Celestial Court in such a hurry? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained this information too quickly. It seems that they have placed a pawn on Wu Shuai's clone's side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Myrtle after all. She was slightly impatient in her actions and allowed Fan Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. In that case, Fan Yuan sneered. Celestial Court's urgent letter made him make up his mind. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's order a moment ago. His gaze turned cold as he shouted. Alliance leader has ordered, kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, don't worry about Lightning Gu. Losing a mere wild rank 8 immortal Gu was nothing. They had to kill all the Gu immortals in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, and then try to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't accept any resources from the Grotto Heaven. Do your best and complete the mission in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing this, be it Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Lady Cold Ash, or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they were extremely shocked. This was a future rank 9 immortal Gu. Wu Shuai gave it up just like that. For a moment, the 3 immortals did not make a move. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was originally a spy in the Celestial Court, so he naturally wanted to protect Forest Thunder Grotto Lord and cause trouble for Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul. He wanted to preserve this conflict and trigger an intense battle between Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor. As long as there was a chaotic battle, it would bring him many good opportunities. Forest Lightning Grotto Master suddenly cried out in alarm. Xiao Hejian, you are extremely daring, you actually passed on a false life. Wu Shuai needed to expand his strength. How could he give up on a future rank 9 immortal Gu? You really joined halfway and have wild ambitions. After being falsely accused by Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold. He did not retort, instead he stared at Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord with a sharp gaze. "This is Alliance Leader's order. Do you believe a traitor or me? Quickly attack!" Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for them and attacked first. Bam bam bam, killer moves erupted, causing a large area of the lightning forest to collapse. Kill! The Alliance Immortals who were originally in the air also received Xiao Hejian's order and flew over, attacking this lightning forest together. With the situation like this, no matter what schemes Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had, they could only sigh helplessly and follow the tide. "Wu Shuai, you are so vicious! You are so narrow-minded, you will definitely die a horrible death!" Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew that his death was near. He cursed viciously while exerting strength to destroy this lightning goo. Wishful thinking. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance to snatch the lightning goo from his hands in front of everyone. "What method is this?" The Immortals were shocked. Although Spectral Soul's attainment level had fallen greatly, he still had many methods. The foundation of a Venerable was not something ordinary rank 8 Goo Immortals could estimate. "Well done!" Xiao Hejian was overjoyed. He did not have any hope of seizing Lightning Goo, but to think that he actually succeeded. This was Lady Cold Ash's contribution, it was also his contribution. At this point, his position as Vice Alliance leader was already half done. The other half was to complete all of Wu Shuai's missions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked frantically. In order to protect Lightning Goo, Lady Cold Ash had to endure many of his attacks and was injured on the spot. "Quickly retreat and protect Lightning Goo!" Xiao Hejian quickly came to Lady Cold Ash's aid and blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. To prevent any disturbances, the Immortals started to watch Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash earlier. He was not in a good state, and almost all of his methods were exposed. And in terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian was even higher than Lady Cold Ash. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to his defeat and still wanted to escape. But the surrounding Goo Immortals had already seen this and did not let Forest Lightning Grotto Lord escape from their encirclement. After Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's death, Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was quickly destroyed. Wu Shuai's alliance's attempt to target the Qi Harvest fruit also did not succeed. Moreover, because Wu Shuai wanted to race against time, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The Goo Immortals who participated in the battle obtained very little. The biggest gain was that rank 8 Wild Lightning Goo. But it was obvious that this had to be handed over to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fan Yuan thought about it for a while before finally deciding to cut the Gordian knot and directly eradicate Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, not allowing the conflict to escalate. Wu Shuai's thunderous action not only shocked the Alliance Immortals, it also caused Celestial Court's plan to fail. On Celestial Court's side, after Qin Dingling obtained first-hand information from Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, she immediately sent a message to Qi Ancestor. Fan Yuan received the letter, in which Qin Dingling still advocated snatching Lightning Goo. Even if Lightning Goo was already in Wu Shuai's alliance's hands. Even if they could not snatch Lightning Goo, they had to destroy it. "It seems that Celestial Court is determined to obtain Lightning Goo. Celestial Court should have Lightning Goo's immortal goo recipe. After destroying this immortal goo, Celestial Court can refine it themselves." Fan Yuan was even more curious. Why did Celestial Court urgently need Lightning Goo? Why did the huge Celestial Court need this immortal goo so urgently? Lightning Goo was not Fate Goo. Fan Yuan did not know about Celestial Court's plan, but Qin Dingling's attitude caused Fan Yuan's plan to fail. The reason why Fan Yuan ordered Wu Shuai to destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, disregarding Lightning Goo's safety, was to eliminate the conflict in advance and prevent a war between the two sides. But now that celestial court had such an attitude and was eager to fight, Fan Yuan could not refuse openly. After all, Qixi ancestor was in an alliance with celestial court. Chapter 2037. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Capital City Su Clan. In the courtyard of a certain guest room, there was a book house. This book house was a mortal gu house. It was shaped like a tree house with lush green leaves and branches. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged in the house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. It was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression turned solemn. "Darling, have you really thought it through? Vital gu cannot be changed casually." Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. "Qihan, don't worry. I have thought it through. I am most interested in composing poems. Thus, to me, poem heart gu is the most suitable vital gu. It is just that I did not have the conditions to change vital gu casually. But since the power of this study room is extraordinary and has the function of assisting in the replacement of vital gu, how can I let go of such an opportunity?" Su Qihan sighed. "Since you have decided, I will not persuade you any more. I'll stand guard outside the house." Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony. He closed his eyes. Ever since he obtained the book house inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qihan. Even though Li Xiaobai did not make it to the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qihan invited him to stay in Su Clan for the time being. Nobody objected to it. It became a good topic for a while. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su Clan, he shared the book house inheritance with Su Qihan. The two spent almost all their time in the book house, cultivating and researching as they interacted with each other. Even though the two became husband and wife due to a fortuitous encounter, they did not have much feelings for each other. Su Qihan's actions earlier were mostly due to her own character. But after these days of interaction, Su Qihan admired Li Xiaobai's talent even more. She liked him even more. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter. He did not hide it from Su Qihan, he shared it with her. From this, Su Qihan could see Li Xiaobai's pure and kind nature. He was willing to sacrifice for her. He was not a heartless scholar. Even though the two were not officially engaged, Su Qihan had already treated Li Xiaobai as her only husband in this life. Su Qihan walked out of the book house. She was still worried. "Darling, this book house has a high value. It contains many information path categories like poems and songs. However, these paths were limited to gu master cultivation. There was no path to gu immortal advancement. I have hinted to Li Lang many times that as long as he marries into our Su clan, he will be able to obtain the cultivation method of our Su clan's book immortal. Unfortunately, Li Lang did not like calligraphy and wholeheartedly wanted to focus on poetry. Alas, since he likes it so much, there's nothing I can do to stop him. If he achieves nothing in the future and becomes a gu master, I will work hard to become a gu immortal and become an official of the imperial court. I will raise and protect him for the rest of my life. Watching him compose and recite poems, as long as he's happy, I'm happy." In Profound Literature Paradise, there was a unified imperial court. The officials of the imperial court were all gu immortals. Su Qihan was Su family's beloved daughter, the pearl of their palm. Her talent and talents were astonishing, so she naturally had access to Su family's cultivation method. "Eldest miss, you should go and rest. It's tiring to stand. With us here, great scholarly will definitely be safe." The guards and servants came forward to persuade Su Qihan. Su Qihan shook her head. "All of you stand outside the courtyard and guard the door. I'll personally take care of Li Lang." The study room shook more and more. A faint light was emitted from inside that shone out of the window. 15 minutes later, the study room quieted down. The leaves and branches no longer shook. In the study room, Li Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes. The process of replacing his vital gu was very smooth. Li Xiaobai opened his internal vision and saw that there was a gu worm in his aperture that looked like a heart. It had the texture of red jade and was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It was the rank 5 gu worm that he had just replaced. Poem Heart. Poem Heart gu was an information path gu. It was a side path among the entire information path cultivation methods. Most of the information path cultivation methods were alliance oaths, like Sea Oath Goo, Mountain Pledge Goo, Promise Goo, Black and White Paper Goo. Next were communication Goo, like Swan Goose Goo, Paper Crane Goo, Butterfly Letter Goo, Flying Sword Letter Goo, Flying Pigeon Letter Goo, and others. Next were reading, listening, reading and writing. For example, Water Word Goo was a writing type Goo. Beast Language Goo was related to reading and speaking. Poems, songs and so on were not mainstream. Li Xiaobai made such a choice. It was no wonder that Su Qihan was worried about his future. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intentions. This Grotto Heaven's environment is special. It has the killer move help literary talent. As long as I create a good poem, I will be rewarded and advance rapidly. The 5 regions chaotic war is coming. This method of rapidly raising one's strength without any repercussions is the most precious. Although Su Qihan can come into contact with Goo immortal methods, she does not know the situation in the outside world. After changing to Poem Heart Goo, next is to practice Poetry Goo and Emotion Poetry Goo, using Gather Poem Goo to collect poems from the outside world and raise Poem Wall Goo. I also need to practice Poetry Realm Goo. This is a Goo worm similar to a battlefield killer move. It is very outstanding. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door of the study room was pushed open. Su Qihan walked into the room with a concerned gaze. "Darlingly," Su Qihan called out softly. Li Xiaobai smiled lightly, nodding at her. "Everything is going smoothly." Su Qihan's expression brightened. Her watery eyes showed gentleness. "That's good." Boom! Just as they spoke, the sky shook. A loud sound echoed throughout the world. "What's going on?" Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan were alarmed. They quickly walked out of the room and saw that the sky was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a short period of time. After that, there was no other change. The mortals, Goo masters, and even Goo immortals living in the capital city felt this sudden and rapid change. Most people were baffled. Only a small portion of Goo immortal officials knew the inside story. They were overjoyed. Success! Somewhere in profound literature Grotto Heaven, old immortal Hua Yu had an excited expression. He bowed deeply to Qi ancestor. "Congratulations, ancestor, you have unraveled the Qi harvest fruit." "Ancestor," saved profound literature Grotto Heaven, "you have given me a new lease on life. From now on, if you need my help, I will do my best without any hesitation." Fan Yuan, who was acting as Qi ancestor, laughed heartily as he helped old immortal Hua Yu up. No need to be so polite. The immortals at the side were overjoyed. "Ancestor is mighty. Wu Shuai's experiments have destroyed many Grotto Heavens. Ancestor's first attempt was a huge success. Wu Shuai cannot compare to him. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for us." "That's right, the Qi harvest fruits in our Grotto Heavens are already extremely huge. We are getting closer to self-detonation. The situation is very dangerous." The Goo immortals praised loudly as they urged Fan Yuan to take action again. Fan Yuan waved his hand. "Even though this experiment succeeded, I sensed a flaw in it. I only need to cultivate for 3 more days to modify it. At that time, I will get rid of the problem for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better?" The immortals were overjoyed. They said in unison, "We will listen to Ancestor's arrangements." Fan Yuan smiled, bright light flashing in his eyes. Celestial Court. Soon, Qin Dingling received the news. She showed joy on her face. Good, good. Back then, I chose to cooperate with Qi Ancestor. It was the right decision. Qi Ancestor did not disappoint them. Not only did he create a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit, he even succeeded in one attempt. According to the information, not only had profound literature's abodes safely eradicated the energy harvest fruit, but the explosion of the fruit had formed a harmless Qi tide that swiftly swept through the entire abode, increasing the resources of the abode by a great deal. Qin Dingling was in a good mood. During this period of time, Celestial Court had already walked out of the shadow of the Fate War. After Qin Dingling and the other Celestial Court immortals worked hard and planned, good news came one after another. First, the variant human forces were restrained, then Qin Chou was captured, and now, the problem of the Qi harvest fruit was about to be eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Celestial Court or snatch lightning goo? Qin Dingling could not make a decision alone. She gathered the Celestial Court immortals for a discussion. Qi Ancestor is truly a Qi Path great expert. With this method, his force is undefeatable. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with this method. Their Qi Path attainment is very low. As long as Qi Ancestor can stall for time, there might be no need to fight. Wu Shuai's alliance might collapse on its own. Qin Dingling heard this optimistic evaluation and shook her head. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite when forced, not to mention this dragon man. Once he gets news of this, he might immediately start a war with Qi Ancestor. That's right, Qi Ancestor can safely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Wu Shuai. It is very likely that Wu Shuai will attack. If that is the case, we need to act earlier and let Qi Ancestor take action to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit for Celestial Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Ancestor will not be able to split himself. He will definitely face Wu Shuai's full-strength attacks. Right now, the situation is like water and fire. Once they fight, it will not end easily. A life-and-death battle might really occur. As they discussed this, Qin Dingling looked at Nian's spiritual fairy. How is the refinement of hatred goo going? Nian's spiritual fairy shook her head. I just had a breakthrough. Hatred goo is in a strange state. It has already fused with Qin Chou. We found a way to refine hatred goo not long ago. If we want to refine hatred goo, it will take a long time. But the good news is that if we succeed, Qin Chou will be useful to us. Qin Dingling nodded. Since we have not obtained hatred goo yet, we are not in a hurry to snatch lightning goo. I intend to conceal this information and invite Qi Ancestor to come to Celestial Court in secret, to resolve the problem of Celestial Court. After that, we will start a war with Wu Shuai. The immortals heard this and had no objections. But how are we going to repay Qi Ancestor? A goo immortal asked. This is not hard. Qi Ancestor is very interested in the Qi Path immortal goo of our Celestial Court. In the letters we exchanged earlier, he has been asking to borrow these Qi Path immortal goo, but I did not agree to it and kept pushing it away. Qin Dingling smiled. Another goo immortal added, we need to be wary of another person, that is demon immortal Qi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have considered that too. This demon is also a Qi Path great expert. If he cooperates with Wu Shuai, it will balance out the situation of both sides. He is a huge threat. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is hard to track. We do not know where he is now. He has just been reborn. He is not familiar with the current major paths. Right now, he has been selling Qi Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies, exchanging for inheritances of all paths. Even Gu Master inheritances are not spared. Wu Shuai has a bargaining chip to transact with him. Chapter 2038. Inside Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The current situation is like this. What do you all think? Wu Shuai was the only one seated. He first gathered the Alliance Immortals and described Qi Ancestor's actions in profound literature Grotto Heaven. Celestial Court tried to conceal this information, but almost at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all the Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. When the Immortals heard this news, they had a huge reaction. Their expressions changed. Is this information true? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately asked, but he soon reacted as his face turned pale. I am not suspecting Lord Alliance Leader, but this situation is simply too sudden. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hejian had a solemn expression. Qi Ancestor is a Qi Path great expert. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju could use the Qi Harvest Fruit to revive, it is possible for Qi Ancestor to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. But now that he has the method to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit, he is in an invincible position. Indeed, indeed. What do we do now? The chi harvest fruit in our clan's grotto heaven has already expanded to its limit. If we do not get rid of it, it will really self-detonate. But our experiments have not succeeded yet. A lot of grotto heavens have been destroyed. It is impossible to negotiate with Chi-Si ancestor. We need to be wary of him taking the chance to attack. The immortals discussed. Their tones were filled with panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Coldash, was among them, cheering inwardly. He wanted a huge battle to happen. Once the situation turned chaotic, he would have a good opportunity. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord looked like the others, but he was very happy internally. He secretly defected to the Heavenly Court. Once this happened, it would be very beneficial to him. Why are you panicking like this? Gu Tribe's leader suddenly shouted. The immortals turned to look at him. Even though Gu Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been quiet. But the immortals here knew that this person was Wu Shuai's trusted aide. In terms of trust, he far surpassed the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. The leader of the Gu family suddenly spoke. Xiao Hejian's heart skipped a beat as he understood something. But before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. With Lord Alliance leader here, there is no need for us to panic. At this critical moment of life and death, this subordinate is willing to follow the Alliance leader closely and follow your lead. Xiao Hejian cursed under his breath and followed closely behind. This subordinate will listen to Alliance Master's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly and grunted through his nose. The current situation is so critical. If we sit still and wait for death, we will definitely be defeated. There is no other possibility. Only by fighting with all their might and taking the initiative to attack would there be hope. The enemy was able to get rid of the Chi harvest fruits because of Chi-Si ancestors' methods. As long as we fight and kill Chi-Si ancestor, it will be our victory. Even if we cannot kill Chi-Si ancestor, as long as we heavily injure him, the situation will be greatly alleviated. Just as Wu Shuai finished speaking, the Gu family head immediately responded. Alliance Master is wise. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These two Vice Alliance leaders spoke in unison. Alliance leader is wise, this is a brilliant plan. What are your thoughts? If you have any better suggestions, tell us. Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu immortals. How could these people have any good ideas? The truth was, Wu Shuai was forced to attack because he had no other choice. He had no other choice. But other than this, were they really going to surrender to Chi-Si ancestor? It was not that the immortals did not have such thoughts, but they did not have the guts to do so. The Forest Thunder Grotto Heaven was the best example. Who among the immortals present did not know about his miserable end? Who did not know about it? Since everyone has agreed, let us discuss how to send troops. We need to use every second we have to catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai spoke decisively. Gu family head continued. Lord Alliance leader is right. Every breath of time we drag on now is a breath of time for the enemy to gain a new advantage. Immediately, the immortals started to discuss their battle plan. This discussion lasted for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn before they came up with a more complete plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace and ordered the immortals to make preparations. They would attack 7 days later. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. On one hand, he mobilized his troops and gathered troops. On the other hand, he quickly informed the Celestial Court of this important information. Qin Dingling received this information and gathered the immortals of the Celestial Court overnight. The situation has changed. It seems that Wu Shuai also placed a spy around Chi-Si ancestor. I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai's side wants to attack, we might as well play along and take him down. That will be difficult. The enemy has Dragon Palace and Di Zanxing to protect him. Unless we awaken all the immortals in the Immortal Graveyard, we will not have the strength to make such arrangements. Time is too tight. We only have 7 days, and it is far away in Eastern Sea. Then we can only inform Chi-Si ancestor and let him be on guard secretly while pretending not to know anything. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a huge loss. Did you forget the spy that Wu Shuai placed around Qixi Ancestor? If Qixi Ancestor learns about it from us, Wu Shuai might know about it immediately. Princess Impatience suddenly spoke. Why do we need to inform Qixi Ancestor? The discussions paused for a moment. Qixi Ancestor is our ally. If he finds out that we do not report about it, it will be disadvantageous to the alliance. Princess Impatience shook his head and smiled. As long as we do not say anything, how will Qixi Ancestor know that we know about it in advance? Our spy in the Two Heavens Alliance has always been secretive. If we speak about it, we might be exposed. We formed an alliance with Qixi Ancestor because we want to borrow his strength to resolve the problem of Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruits. Secondly, we want to use him as a chess piece to gather a group of external forces to help us restrict the growth of variant human forces. Princess Impatience continued to speak. Thirdly, if possible, we can recruit Qixi Ancestor as a member of our celestial court. Qin Dingling looked at Princess Impatience. Then in your opinion, what should we do? Princess Impatience breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should feign ignorance and proceed according to the original plan. Right now, Qixi Ancestor has already moved secretly. He will definitely come to our celestial court in 3 days. At that time, we will let him help us get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem. Celestial court is huge and has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit it forms is also the largest in the world. Qixi Ancestor suggested that we set up a Qi path immortal formation. We will need at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. We can purposely delay the formation and let Wu Shuai's sneak attack succeed. Qixi Ancestor's forces will suffer heavy losses. Qixi Ancestor will definitely be anxious and want to go back to help, but he needs to maintain the formation at all times and cannot leave. Without a leader, Qixi Ancestor's subordinates will definitely not be Wu Shuai's match. But so what if they are all destroyed? Our strength will not be affected at all. Qixi Ancestor will also be alone now. He secretly came to our celestial court and caused his subordinates to all die. His reputation will definitely fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World's opinion of him will also plummet. Who would respect a Gu Immortal who went missing in battle and secretly helped another region? At this point, Qixi Ancestor will definitely understand that his status in Eastern Sea will not return to before. At that time, we will have nothing to worry about. We can send people to help him take revenge. During this process, we can use reason and emotion to persuade him, as well as lure him with benefits. I believe there is a high chance of recruiting Qixi Ancestor. The immortals were silent. They looked at each other for a while before looking at Princess Impatience. But at this moment, the immortals' gazes were completely different from before. Princess Impatience's strategy made the celestial court's immortals look at him in a new light. Princess Impatience had his arms behind his back. He did not speak. He had a slight smile on his face. This plan was very sinister. The Gu immortals present did not think of it, but he was the first to suggest it. It was completely related to his personal experiences. Princess Impatience came from Spirit Affinity House. He was treated as a spy and went to Northern Plains to develop. Many years later, he reached rank 8 and became the son-in-law of Northern Plains Gong tribe. He was the highest spy that Central Continent had in Northern Plains. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had been overlords for too long. They were already used to it. But the immortals here were all rank 8 elites. They quickly understood. Princess Impatience's plan was indeed the most beneficial to Celestial Court. Even if Wu Shuai's force won, so what? They would only lose Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens. Even if the flames of war spread to Eastern Sea, it would not shake its foundation. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, it was just one region. Humans were still the overlords of this world. Chapter 2039. Celestial Court was filled with light all along. Fan Yuan, who was disguised as Qixi Ancestor, was already inside Celestial Court. He floated in the air, looking at the Qi harvest fruit in front of him. The energy harvest fruits produced in the Heavenly Court were huge beyond common sense. They were like towering mountains, towering to the extreme. Such a huge Qi harvest fruit would not be able to fit in an ordinary rank 8 grotto heaven. It would break through the sky. Only Celestial Court has such a deep foundation and had previously fused in a large number of Tsang Xian Zi's space path fruits. It has enough space to hold the Qi harvest fruit. Fan Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Celestial Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his true appearance, and caused Celestial Court to suffer a crushing defeat. This time, he was disguised as an ally of Celestial Court. He wanted to help Celestial Court resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. The situation was constantly changing. It was hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling was standing beside Fan Yuan, asking. Fan Yuan nodded. This is the first time I have seen a Qi harvest fruit of such a scale. I can see that your foundation is unfathomable. You are truly the #1 sect in the world. After pausing for a while, Fan Yuan continued. After some investigation, even though my previous method worked, this Qi harvest fruit is too huge. It is best to set up an immortal formation. The larger the Qi path immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. To think that ancestor could even design an immortal formation. Fan Yuan shook his head. Not so. The Qi path immortal formation can only amplify my Qi path killer moves. The true method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still my Qi path killer moves. Qin Dingling nodded. This was reasonable. She smiled as she took out a Qi path rank 8 immortal goo. Celestial Court does not lack Qi path immortal goo to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court is willing to use all their Qi path resources to achieve this. Ancestor, please take a look at this immortal goo. Fan Yuan's gaze was immediately attracted by this immortal goo. Is this human Qi immortal goo? Fan Yuan's pupils dilated, his expression changed slightly. Human Qi immortal goo was shaped like a bee, it only had the size of a thumb, it flapped its wings and floated above Qin Dingling's palm, emitting a dense aura. Qin Dingling handed human Qi immortal goo to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan opened his palm and caught it, he stared at it and praised. Good goo, good goo. This goo is closely related to human path, it has huge potential. Qin Dingling smiled, taking out a second immortal goo and handing it to Fan Yuan. This was Earth Qi immortal goo, it was like a butterfly, it was brown in color, and emitted dense Qi. Fan Yuan held human Qi immortal goo in his left hand and Earth Qi immortal goo in his right, he looked around with great interest. Amazing, amazing. This is Heaven Qi immortal goo, Qin Dingling said as she handed a third rank 8 immortal goo to Fan Yuan. Heaven Qi immortal goo was like a dragonfly, it was dark green in color, and had 8 thin light blue wings. When it flapped, its body would emit a translucent aura. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Qi immortal goo is closely related to the heavenly path. To speak the truth, I created the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit because I comprehended a trace of the profundity of the heavenly path. If I had this goo, I would have been able to come out of closed cultivation earlier. Among the goo cultivation paths, heavenly path and human path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have almost reached the end of the path of Qi path, thus you are able to comprehend the true meaning of other paths by analogy. Qin Dingling praised before changing the topic. These 3 Qi immortal goo are the cores of triple Qi retraction, they are the true treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can possess them. Qin Dingling saw Fan Yuan's expression and was very happy. She hinted to Qi Si ancestor that if he wanted these goo worms, he would have to join the Celestial Court. Fan Yuan heard this and showed a trace of hesitation on his face, but he laughed internally. His expression just now was just an act. If he truly cultivated Qi path, the temptation of these 3 Qi immortal goo would be unparalleled. Fan Yuan had tried many times before, these 3 Qi immortal goo were the cores of triple Qi retraction, they were irreplaceable. If he forcefully used other Qi path immortal goo to replace them, even if he managed to modify triple Qi retraction, it would lose its value in battle. Thus, even though Fan Yuan had obtained the complete primordial origin Qi path true inheritance, he did not gain much from it. Furthermore, Qi Si ancestor was only one of Fan Yuan's identities. Moreover, Fan Yuan did not lack rank 8 immortal goo. Attitude goo, mutation goo, wisdom sword goo, Years flow like water, soul beast token, regret goo, spring, summer, big chi, realm, addition, steel life, water refinement, advanced refinement, dream token. There were simply too many of them. In Fan Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 immortal goo could make him excited. Rank 9 immortal goo were too rare. He originally had one, wisdom goo. Unfortunately, this immortal goo was tampered with by Giant Sun Immortal. Fan Yuan had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Dingling borrowed 3 Qi Immortal Goo to let Qi Si Ancestor familiarize himself with it. She arranged for several Goo Immortals to modify the Qi Path Immortal formation with Qi Si Ancestor. With the help of the Immortals, the Qi Path Immortal formation was completed in a few days. Fan Yuan and the Celestial Court Immortals started to set up the formation. The main person in charge of this Qi Path formation was naturally Fan Yuan. But the other formation cores were guarded by Celestial Court Goo Immortals. On one hand, Celestial Court was helping Fan Yuan. On the other hand, they were there to supervise him. Qi Si Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he had an alliance agreement, he was still a member of Celestial Court. How could Celestial Court not take precautions? In fact, it was not just the supporting Goo Immortals who took precautions. The core immortal Goo of this Qi Path formation, Heaven Qi, Earth Qi, and Human Qi, were also temporarily lent to Fan Yuan by Qin Dingling. Once there were any changes, Celestial Court could immediately retrieve them and make Fan Yuan lose control of the entire Qi Path formation. And this Qi Path formation's modification process involved several Celestial Court Goo Immortals. Even if these Goo Immortals had low Qi Path attainment, they had good insight. It was very difficult to hide it from them. In fact, Fan Yuan did not hide anything in this Qi Path formation. There was absolutely no problem with the formation. Earth Qi Goo, go! Fan Yuan threw out Earth Qi Immortal Goo and instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Qi Immortal Goo quickly flew out and drilled into the ground at the bottom of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the ground below the Qi Harvest Fruit started to shake intensely. Countless amounts of Earth Qi rose up like thick smoke. Fan Yuan started to collect these Earth Qi. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals beside him also took action. Some assisted in collecting the Earth Qi, while others started to set up small formations around the entrance of the cave where the Earth Qi was rising up. While Fan Yuan was setting up the formation, at the other end of the Celestial Court, there was a huge underground square. Qin Chao's mountain-like body was motionless in the depths of the underground square, like a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly, cracks appeared on the floor tiles. But Red Heart Traveler, who was guarding this place, was not flustered. He immediately took action and stabilized the situation. The cracks on the floor tiles were disappearing at an observable speed. What's the commotion? Qin Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely its voice was 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy had actually entered Qin Chao's body and forcefully refined hatred goo. Looking at this commotion, Qi Si Ancestor should be setting up the formation. He used Earth Qi Immortal Goo as the first foundation of the formation, so the Earth vein was affected. And this place is one of the main Earth veins, so it can affect us. Red Heart Traveler replied. You were at a crucial moment earlier, so I did not inform you about this. Don't worry, this level of influence cannot affect us. 9 spiritual fairy immediately put her mind at ease. Then let's hurry up and try to refine hatred goo while we get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit, to make Celestial Court even happier. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals had already recovered from the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They worked even harder than before and were filled with fighting spirit. Several days later, the Qi Path formation was successfully set up. Fan Yuan was in charge of the formation and activated his methods to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. The Qi Harvest Fruit was continuously whittled down by Fan Yuan's killer moves. But this Qi Harvest Fruit of Celestial Court was too huge. It would take some time to completely get rid of it. After several days, the Qi Harvest Fruit was whittled down by a little more than 10%. Qin Dingling hurriedly came to Fan Yuan with a solemn expression. Ancestor, there is a change in Eastern Sea. The situation is not good. Fan Yuan was shocked. What happened? Marshal Wu's alliance suddenly launched a large-scale attack. They split into 3 groups and attacked the Grotto Heaven forces that submitted to us. We were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses, Qin Dingling said. The news of my secret arrival should have been sealed. How could this be? Marshal Wu found out so quickly? Fan Yuan's expression changed. His tone was filled with anxiety. Ancestor, you want to return to Eastern Sea? Qin Dingling asked purposely. That is what I was thinking. Fan Yuan frowned. But this method of mine has to be completely successful. If I give up halfway, there might be undesirable changes. Qin Dingling bowed deeply at Fan Yuan. Ancestor, please think of the big picture. Marshal Wu reacted so quickly, it was out of everyone's expectations. But if Ancestor returns now, it will be fulfilling Marshal Wu's wish. Only when we completely get rid of the Qi harvest fruit can we have a safe rear. At that time, Ancestor, you can lead our Celestial Court's immortals back to Eastern Sea. You can say that you came to our Celestial Court to ask for reinforcements. You did not want Marshal Wu to launch a sneak attack that will shut their mouths. After that, we can combine our strength and kill Marshal Wu, completely getting rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the way to victory. Fan Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. After a long while, he spoke with a heavy tone. Marshal Wu's side has definitely prepared for a long time for this large-scale attack. Does the Celestial Court know anything about their plans? Absolutely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, her attitude firm. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He struggled for a while before sighing helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here to control the formation until the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated. But during this period of time, I will need your Celestial Court to send reinforcements to support Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling also sighed. We will do our best in this matter. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, saying, Once the Qi harvest fruit is completely eradicated, I will immediately return to reinforce it. But if I control the formation without rest, my battle strength will definitely fall. I hope the Celestial Court can give me 3 Qi Immortal Gu to help me kill the enemy. Qin Dingling's expression changed slightly. Although Fan Yuan was asking for compensation in a tactful tone, his appetite was too huge. It greatly exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She shook her head and refused. 3 Qi Immortal Gu are the treasures of the Celestial Court. Only members of the Celestial Court can. Before she finished, Fan Yuan interrupted. The Eastern Sea Immortals are also my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. I will remember Ancestor's sacrifice, but even though I am the leader of the Celestial Court, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. At most, I can only offer one of them as compensation. How can one compare to all the living beings in the Grotto Heaven? Fan Yuan was slightly furious. Boom! Just as the two were haggling, there was a loud sound in the sky. A rank 8 Immortal Gu house directly charged in with a ferocious momentum. The immortals of the Celestial Court were all shocked. Because the Immortal Gu house that invaded the Celestial Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could no longer discuss with Fan Yuan. She flew out of the formation and faced the enemy. The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai sat on his throne as he looked out from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted. Several Gu immortals had gathered behind her. Wu Shuai sneered and kicked off a head beside his feet. This head rolled down the stairs below the throne, all the way to the center of the hall. His eyes were wide open. It was Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. That old scoundrel Qi can get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Your Celestial Court wants to hide the news and secretly resolve the internal problem? Hee, wishful thinking. I came here to destroy your Celestial Court and kill that old scoundrel Qi. Let's see who can stop me in this world. Wu Shuai said this as he stood up and waved his hand, shouting, Kill! Chapter 2040. Central Continent, deep within a certain earth trench. Fairy Myrtle was controlling the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light shrouded the formation without leaking out. In the formation core, other than Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Yingwu Xie, there were also Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and several other Gu immortals. After the Fate War, these Gu immortals were left behind by Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle and the rest cooperated with Bing Sichuan, capturing these people one by one. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit was furious. They were both immobilized. You two still don't want to surrender? Ing Wuxia sneered. Humph, you traitor! Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing also rushed over. Her gaze was emotionless and cold. I urge you to reconsider. After all, your greatest value has been lost. Fairy Miao Yin heard this and her expression became even more hesitant. Fairy Myrtle stopped the formation and stood up. Her aura was weak, she had expended a lot of energy in this deduction. But she showed clear joy on her face. It seems we succeeded. Bing Sichuan was already waiting outside the formation. He smiled lightly. He Lulon walked past Fairy Myrtle, stopping behind Bing Sichuan. Fairy Myrtle nodded with a smile. There are enough clues, we finally succeeded. I have already deduced Fan Yuan's current location. Take a guess, where is this crafty demon hiding? Bing Sichuan raised his eyebrows. Now that you asked, it is a clear hint. What, is this scoundrel Fan Yuan hiding in Celestial Court all along? Fairy Myrtle nodded. According to my deduction, he is indeed in Celestial Court. The immortals heard this and showed strange expressions. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth. He is truly crafty. He escaped from Celestial Court earlier. It was just a disguise. He has probably been hiding in Celestial Court all along. Old man Jingyuan sighed. No wonder we could not find his true body. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, praising. Amazing! This is Fang Yuan's style indeed. Bing Sichuan frowned. But how can he hide until now without being discovered by the Celestial Court Gu immortals? Fairy Myrtle's eyes flickered with bright light. I can only deduce that Fang Yuan is in Celestial Court now, but I cannot be sure that he has been hiding in Celestial Court. But in terms of ability, this demon, Fan Yuan, is the most difficult to estimate. But in terms of ability, Fan Yuan is Gu Immortal sect. Bing Sichuan sighed. Fan Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court now, what do we do? Were they going to attack the Celestial Court again? If we directly report this information to the Celestial Court, and the Celestial Court kills Fan Yuan, wouldn't they obtain all of his inheritance? Bing Sichuan represented Giant Sun Immortal. He represented the benefits of Northern Plains longevity heaven. Of course, he did not want to see the Celestial Court grow stronger again. Moreover, the information regarding Fan Yuan's location was something that they had painstakingly deduced. If they were to inform the Celestial Court just like that, it would be too easy for them. Elder Jingyuan reminded. No matter what, we still have to tell the Master about this precious information first. Fairy Myrtle replied. I've already reported it to Master as soon as I retracted the formation. Celestial Court. A fierce battle had broken out. Boom! Lady Cold Ash's figure flickered as she dodged the explosion of a killer move. She was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Spectral Soul had just received Fairy Myrtle's information, but he was not in a good mood. Fan Yuan is in the Celestial Court now? Of course, I already knew this. A memory flashed in Spectral Soul's mind. It was the scene that happened several days ago. The Gu Immortals were gathered in Dragon Palace again. Wu Shuai used the excuse of discussing the details of attacking Qixi ancestors' side. But halfway through the discussion, Wu Shuai suddenly attacked. Dragon Palace rumbled. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard and was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. He was easily taken down without any resistance. Everyone, don't panic. This person is a spy of our alliance. He is the mastermind of the Celestial Court. Wu Shuai consoled the immortals as he took out evidence. In front of such concrete evidence, the immortals were shocked and furious. They condemned Night Wolf Grotto Heaven and wanted them to pay the price. Wu Shuai shook his head. We will definitely punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter now is not this. The big picture is the most important thing. Gu Tribe's leader frowned deeply. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our sneak attack plan has been exposed. If we carry it out again, we might not be able to catch them off guard. Wu Shuai smiled coldly. There is still an important piece of information that I have not told everyone yet. Qixi ancestor is no longer in Eastern Sea. He has entered Central Continent many days ago, and is heading to the Celestial Court. This is good news. Many Gu immortals heard this and were overjoyed. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a grim expression. What's so good about it? The reason why we attacked Qixi ancestor's side was to target him personally, to stop him from resolving the Qi harvest fruits in the other grotto heavens. Now that Qixi ancestor is not here, what is the point of continuing our attack? The Gu immortals who were cheering earlier were stunned. After reacting, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became even heavier. Everyone, don't panic. Wu Shuai spoke. All the Gu immortals' gazes landed on him. He continued, "It is actually very simple to resolve our current predicament. Since Qixi ancestor is heading to Central Continent's Celestial Court, we will give up on the grotto heavens and directly attack the Celestial Court to kill Qixi ancestor." What? This? The Gu immortals in the hall hesitated. It is not easy to attack the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court is the number one force of humanity. Even if they lost the Fate War, we cannot take them lightly. Many Gu immortals wanted to retreat. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. You fools. He scolded them on the spot. His imposing aura caused the hall to turn silent. The Gu immortals kept quiet out of fear. Why don't you think about why the Celestial Court would suddenly invite Qixi ancestor over? Wu Shuai asked with a stern expression. Xiao Hejian's eyes shined as he said, Don't tell me, the Celestial Court is also facing the Qi harvest fruit problem? Wu Shuai chuckled. All of your grotto heavens are facing the Qi harvest fruit problem. The Celestial Court is also a grotto heaven. It is located in immemorial White Heaven. Why is the Celestial Court not facing the Qi harvest fruit problem? Hearing this, the immortals realized at once. This was just a facade. In their hearts, the Celestial Court had always been supreme. Even though they lost the Fate War, the Celestial Court displayed terrifying strength and foundation. Even though the Celestial Court lost, it lost to enemies like Fan Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. To the variant human Gu immortals, this was a reasonable loss. It did not affect their impression of the strength of the Celestial Court. Precisely because of this impression, the variant human Gu immortals subconsciously thought, even if the Celestial Court was facing the Qi harvest fruit problem, it could resolve it by itself. After all, the creator of the Celestial Court was primordial origin immortal venerable who became a venerable through Qi path. Alliance leader is wise. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch slapped his forehead. The Celestial Court invited Qixi ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem. Even though the Celestial Court has a Qi path inheritance, it does not have any Qi path Gu immortals. Also, why did the Celestial Court ally with Qixi ancestor? Other than obstructing our alliance, it is likely to be for the sake of their own safety. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with an appreciative gaze. You guys are not too stupid after all. The Celestial Court is at its weakest now. Qixi ancestor is going to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem of the Celestial Court. As long as we attack the Celestial Court while he is busy, we will be able to catch them off guard and obtain shocking results. If we attack the Celestial Court now, before Qixi ancestor makes a move on the Qi harvest fruit, we will attack the Qi harvest fruit and force the Celestial Court Gu immortals to defend themselves. That way, we will have the initiative and be able to advance or retreat freely. If we attack the Celestial Court, and Qixi ancestor uses his killer move to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, that would be even better. That would be even better. If we interfere with him with our full strength, Qixi ancestor's killer move might fail and he would suffer a backlash. If we fight with all our strength, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly. But what if we attack the Celestial Court, and Qixi ancestor has already gotten rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal asked carefully. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. The Celestial Court has a deep foundation. The Qi harvest fruit is definitely extraordinary. If Qixi ancestor gets rid of the Qi harvest fruit, his battle condition will be affected. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario, but we are already at a dead end. We can only fight with all our strength to have hope in the future. Tell me, other than this method, what other methods do we have? Facing Wu Shuai's question, the immortals were silent. With the current situation, the immortals were forced to follow Wu Shuai to attack the celestial court. But the Gu immortals present were still hesitant, including the two Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Maybe if we continue experimenting, we can find the correct method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit? A Gu immortal said softly. Wu Shuai's expression turned grim. He scolded internally. These variant human Gu immortals have been cowards for too long. They do not have any fighting spirit at all. But Wu Shuai had already expected this. He laughed loudly. Lord Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Gu tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped laughing. To speak the truth, I am also worried about bringing you idiots to attack the celestial court. But this time, I invited a strong reinforcement. Because of him, I learned of Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Ah? Who is it? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered. She already had a guess. Right at this moment, from the shadows behind Wu Shuai, a Gu immortal walked out. This Gu immortal wore a white robe. He had long black hair that reached his waist. His face was white as jade. His eyes were shining with cold light. Ah! Fan Yuan, it's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk, their expressions changed, they were all shaken. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan spoke slowly, his voice was cold as ice. The celestial court bullied me. Now that I have recovered my strength, I am going to attack the celestial court. Duke Long is not here, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the hall, nobody dared to make a sound. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest felt their hearts pounding. With a strong reinforcement like Fan Yuan leading the way, they immediately regained their morale and fighting spirit. Fan Yuan was someone who had defeated the celestial court. His battle strength was clear to everyone in the world. Chapter 2041. Roar. The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather. Its mountain-like body charged at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance, and finally Dragon Palace. Primordial Qi Wall. This was a method left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared again when Celestial Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zhenxing's charge. The 5 regions merged. This evil dragon has become even stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, the Primordial Qi Wall was destroyed by Fan Yuan. Even though it recovered, it is much weaker than before. Qin Dingling frowned, quickly determining the situation. The Qi Wall could only delay for a while, it could not stop the evil dragon. Lord Qin, do you need me to fight? At this time, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted. The former transformation path great experts of Celestial Court, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip Immortal, had died long ago. Only 9 spiritual fairy was left among the transformation path experts. No, Qing Chao's taming is only one step away. Continue to refine hatred Gu. Qin Dingling immediately transmitted, shouting. Shabi 95, Wan Dan, are you still not going to fight? A tiger's roar and a crane's cry resounded at the same time. 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts blocked in front of Di Zhenxing. The 3 legendary primordial wild beasts clashed, causing the earth to shake and the sky to tremble. In just a few rounds, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan were forced to retreat. They were in a miserable state. They were not Di Zhenxing's match in close combat. Thus, they started to activate their killer moves. Instantly, Grey Qi shot out like blades, pill lights burst out. Di Zhenxing roared, purple gold light appeared on his body, blocking all the killer moves. Next, the purple gold light dissipated. Di Zhenxing's dragon whiskers grew rapidly, shooting out like countless snakes coming out of their caves. They were extremely powerful. Shabi 95 and Wan Dan could not block the attacks. They could only retreat temporarily. This evil dragon actually has an immortal Gu. It can use killer moves now. Qin Dingling's heart sank. She took a deep look at Dragon Palace. Di Zhenxing was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with. He had outstanding intelligence, and could use goo worms to activate killer moves. But during the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace in a hurry. It did not have time to equip itself with goo worms. Therefore, in the Fate War, it only relied on its own physical strength to fight. Therefore, he was unable to resist Feng Jioga's Song of Destiny and was instantly controlled. When he encountered other killer moves, he could only use his physical body to resist. After the Fate War, Wu Shuai had already started to consider equipping Di Zhangxing with goo worms. But Wu Shuai was tight on money back then. He did not have any extra immortal goo. Although the main body had many immortal goo, firstly, Fan Yuan's main body was moving around Western Desert. He did not meet up with Wu Shuai immediately. Secondly, the extra immortal goo might not be suitable for Di Zhangxing. However, Wu Shuai's luck was good. He grasped the opportunity and successfully became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With resources on hand, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zhangxing. Up until now, Wu Shuai and Fan Yuan's main body had split the Two Heavens forces. He used the excuse of trying to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit to destroy several grotto heavens, and made forceful transactions with the Alliance's goo immortals. Finally, Di Zhangxing had a certain number of goo worms and several basic killer moves. Di Zhangxing suppressed Wan Dan and Xiaobi 95, forcing them to retreat to one side as he charged forward ferociously. Qin Dingling screamed as she flew up and entered the immortal goo house. Several immortal goo houses flew towards Di Zhangxing, forming layers of defense. Di Zhangxing's charge stopped for a moment, but Xiaobi 95 and Wan Dan also joined in. I finally blocked it for now. Qin Dingling had just calmed down when she moved Dragon Palace in an arc towards the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Quartz Qi harvest fruit was too huge, it was too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was even more ruthless. He attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Dingling's expression changed as she hurriedly commanded the immortal goo houses to split a portion of their forces to block Dragon Palace. The situation is very dangerous. Once the Qi harvest fruit is destroyed, the whole of Celestial Court will be destroyed. Quickly awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard, Zhou Xiong Xian urged. How about we ask 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler to reinforce us? Bai Sengshui suggested. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth, deciding. Awaken the immortals in the immortal graveyard. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was already mostly destroyed. There were only a few goo immortals sleeping inside. But after this force awakened, they were a new force. They shared a lot of the pressure. The defensive line was still in danger, but it was barely stabilized. Go and attack the Qi harvest fruit! Wu Shuai ordered the Alliance goo immortals. These goo immortals had already split up. They were like loose sand, drilling through the Qi walls and approaching the Qi harvest fruit. Seeing this, Qin Dingling was extremely anxious. She gritted her teeth and said furiously, I will destroy these variant humans and exterminate them all. Even though the Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. They were the weakness of Celestial Court's side. Don't worry, these variant human goo immortals look like they have a lot of numbers, but they are actually cowards. As long as we send one person to surround the Qi harvest fruit and kill a few of them, these goo immortals will definitely hesitate. Their morale will be greatly weakened. Princess Impatience suggested. Who can take on this task? Qin Dingling quickly asked. Che Wei responded with his actions. He flew out of the immortal goo house like a ray of light, charging towards the Qi harvest fruit on the ground. Die! He pounced like an eagle, using a killer move that was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Ah! What killer move is this? Of the 2 variant human goo immortals, one was heavily injured, while the other was killed on the spot. Che Wei's display of battle strength at the crucial moment was extremely shocking. Both sides were shocked. After all, the 2 variant human goo immortals he defeated had rank 8 cultivation level. His killer move seems to be of a completely new path. Too terrifying. Before I figure out his background, if I rush forward, I'll definitely be cut in half by him. I should wait for Fan Yuan to attack. The Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals hesitated, their charge slowed down. These trash. In the depths of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned, showing deep anger on his face. At the crucial moment, these very inhuman goo immortals were useless. They could not even serve as cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared. He waved his hand. "It's your turn." 4 figures flew out of Dragon Palace. They were the 4 dragon generals, Jiang Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, as well as Old Man Bei Feng who replaced Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8 goo immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace. They were loyal and did not fear death. They split into 4 groups and charged forward. Even though Che Wei was strong, he could only block one person. "Protect me," Qi Si ancestor transmitted to Qin Dingling. "This is the crucial moment. If we stop now, the consequences will be unimaginable." Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Seeing that the 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit, she could only take the risk of mobilizing an immortal goo house to block them. At the same time, 2 goo immortals flew out of the immortal goo house, blocking the dragon generals with all their strength. Roar! Just as Celestial Court's side blocked the 4 dragon generals, Dragon Palace took the chance to block Ruan Dan. Di Zhangxing used this chance to knock down Shabi 95, charging all the way until he got close to the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zhangxing abruptly opened its mouth and spat out a green gas current. The green Qi destroyed the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. Qi Si ancestor's expression changed as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His killer move was stopped. He seemed to have suffered a heavy backlash. Oh no! The Celestial Court's immortals had a change of expression. We succeeded. Wu Shuai's subordinates cheered, their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged, Celestial Court was affected. The ground in Celestial Court was torn apart, earth trenches appeared, earth Qi rumbled, heaven and earth shook, the sky was in chaos, countless winds and clouds were raging. Crack, crack. The aperture walls of Celestial Court started to crack. Large pieces of the aperture walls fell off, forming a huge hole that connected the inside and outside. Even the Fate Formation could not deal such a heavy blow to Celestial Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit gave Celestial Court a fatal weakness. Die. Che Wei was furious. His left hand was like a blade while his right hand was like a spear. He attacked with both hands. 2 golden silver lights pierced through Yang Zihe. Yang Zihe died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, "Today is the day of your Celestial Court's destruction." Qin Dingling's eyelids twitched. Even though Wu Shuai's side suffered many losses, he was right. The Qi harvest fruit's weakness was too huge. Wu Shuai had the complete initiative. Celestial Court is in danger. What should we do? Even someone like Qin Dingling was at a loss. Amidst the loss, there was a trace of fear. Is Celestial Court going to be destroyed by me, Qin Dingling? Right at this time, Qi Si ancestor transmitted again. Qin Dingling, the situation is dire. We can only take a risk. Qin Dingling subconsciously asked, "How do we take a risk?" "Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal Goo was destroyed. I can no longer use the method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But I created a killer move. Even though it is not complete, it can temporarily shrink the Qi harvest fruit," Qi Si ancestor said. Qin Dingling's eyes shined. She saw hope in this desperate situation. She quickly said, "Ancestor, please use it. As long as we survive this, Celestial Court will not mistreat you." Celestial Court's current problem was the Qi harvest fruit. Celestial Court's Qi harvest fruit was too big. It was like a mountain. It was the best target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, the difficulty of defending it would be much lower. We need to be fast. This killer move is not complete. I can only hold on for a while, Qi Si ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current and fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. It started to shrink rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it shrunk from the size of a mountain to the size of a horse carriage. This change made Celestial Court's goo immortals surprised and joyful. An immortal goo house flew down and floated above the Qi harvest fruit, shooting out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the Qi harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side's killer moves rained down like a storm. but they could not shake the pillar of light at all. Di Zangxing and Dragon Palace charged over again. Block them! Qin Dingling shouted. But they were too passive, they were forced to retreat. The Qi harvest fruit shrunk again, it turned from a horse carriage to an ordinary gourd. Seeing that they were about to fall into the abyss of defeat again, Qin Dingling quickly asked, Ancestor, can you move the Qi harvest fruit? Qi Ancestor replied weakly, This is my limit. I researched Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival method. I can only shrink it, I cannot move it at all. This method is just a preliminary creation, it is not complete. Quickly think of a way. Qin Dingling was out of ideas, she had already sent reinforcements to the 10 great ancient sects at the start of the battle. Originally, Celestial Court had Central Heaven Gate, they could send reinforcements quickly, but it was destroyed by Fairy Myrtle during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall collapsed, countless Qi currents landed on Di Zangxing's body. Di Zangxing's battle strength fell sharply, his threat was greatly reduced. This was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's follow-up method, it landed on Fan Yuan during the Fate War. Fan Yuan was trapped and could not break free, but Limitless Demon Venerable's figure helped him resist the power of these Qi currents. But now, the chess game was over, the two venerable silhouettes had vanished completely, they could no longer help Di Zangxing. In the blink of an eye, Di Zangxing was suppressed by Shaobi 95. Celestial Court's dangerous situation was alleviated. Wu Shuai's side lost their most important battle force. Dragon Palace had no choice but to step up and use Dreamy Light's smoke killer move. Heavenly Court still did not have a way to resist it head-on. Dragon Palace showed off its demonic might. We can't go on like this. In the end, my Celestial Court still lacks peak battle strength. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could the other side be so arrogant? Qi Ancestor also has peak battle strength, but his killer move was stopped and he suffered a backlash. Furthermore, he is not a member of Celestial Court. Why would he risk his life for Celestial Court? Just as Qin Dingling was thinking about this, Qi Ancestor transmitted again. Qin Dingling, to resolve today's crisis, the most important thing is to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. As long as we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, we can switch from defense to offense, our greatest worry will be gone. We have not lost hope yet, my killer move only lacks one final piece to complete it. There is a high chance of success. Qin Dingling's heart shook. What do you need me to do? Chapter 2042. Hearing that Qi Ancestor was seeking Heaven Path true meaning, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly. Even though Celestial Court has deep foundation, it does not have Heaven Path true meaning. Oh? Why is that? Qi Ancestor asked. It is because no one can cultivate Heaven Path. If we could, why would Celestial Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of Fate Goo? Qin Dingling's tone was filled with deep regret. No Goo immortals could cultivate Heaven Path. This was the root cause of Heaven Path true meaning. It was not easy for Goo immortals to leave behind their true meaning. To leave behind true meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest advantage. Other paths could only leave behind true meaning if they could comprehend other paths by analogy. For example, Long Hair's Refinement Path true meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path true meaning. Hearing Qin Dingling's answer, Fan Yuan was not dejected. He was mentally prepared. His earlier request was more to probe Celestial Court's foundation. Maybe it really had? Celestial Court did not have Heaven Path true meaning, it was not out of his expectations. Long Hair Ancestor, Fan Yuan, sighed heavily, transmitting to Qin Dingling. This means there is no hope. I can only let go for now and fight alongside Celestial Court to kill these variant humans. Qin Dingling immediately became anxious. The Qi harvest fruit became Celestial Court's weakness, it was a fatal weakness. The reason why the battle was in a deadlock now was because Qi Ancestor was shrinking the Qi harvest fruit. Once Fan Yuan let go, the Qi harvest fruit would shrink to its original size, Celestial Court would have a hard time defending, they would be in a passive situation. Qin Dingling was facing huge pressure now. This pressure was not only from the external enemies, but also from her inner heart. After the Fate War, the immortal graveyard was heavily damaged, Celestial Court's foundation fell. Qin Dingling had no choice but to take charge of all the matters of Celestial Court in this precarious situation. She was conscientious and worked hard to build the Celestial Court. It could be said that she had done her best to bring the Celestial Court back to its former glory. Just like the other members of the Celestial Court, Qin Dingling had a strong sense of belonging to the Celestial Court. But now, a strong enemy had come, and it was extremely sudden. What was worse was that they had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit, causing Qin Dingling to feel a great sense of danger. Is the Celestial Court going to be destroyed in this battle? Am I the sinner who caused the destruction of the Celestial Court due to a lapse in defense? Rumble. The fierce battle continued and the Dragon Palace continued to move about. Qin Dingling stayed in the command center. She paid attention to the battlefield and made emergency arrangements, while also communicating with Qi's ancestor. The internal and external troubles and the heavy pressure forced her to choose to take a gamble. Immortal friend Qi, don't let go. Although the Celestial Court doesn't have any Heaven Dao true intent, it has abundant Heaven Dao research results. I'll give it to you right now. Qin Dingling was very straightforward. She directly sent an information path Immortal Gu to Qi's ancestor. My plan succeeded. Fan Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu and sighed internally. He quickly sent his consciousness inside to inspect it. Amazing! 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 Fan Yuan only saw a small part of it, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised internally. The Celestial Court had risen to become the #1 force in the world for 3 million years. In these 3 million years, from complying with Providence at the start, to keeping it in check in the dark, to altering Providence, they had all interacted with the Heaven Dao. The Heaven Dao research results were extremely abundant. It was the best in the world. It was truly worthy of its name. Fate Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. It could not be used by humans. The Celestial Court forcibly constructed Heaven Overseeing Tower, and used a portion of Fate Gu's power. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, why did spectral souls secretly infiltrate the Celestial Court? A large part of the reason was because he wanted to obtain this Heaven Dao research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with star constellations back then, wasn't it because he wanted to use the Celestial Court's Heaven Dao research results to raise his crazed demon cave? And now, this research result was in Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan continued to read and his heart shook. 2 killer moves appeared in front of him. One was called Heaven Man Sensation, the other was called Workers of Heaven's Work. They were created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Man Sensation could allow a Gu Immortal's will to interact with the Heaven Dao will and fuse with it. And Workers of Heaven's Work killer move was built on the basis of Heaven Man Sensation. It could allow a Gu Immortal to replace Providence to a certain extent. Because of these 2 killer moves, Star Constellations will could interfere with and influence Providence. She could even replace Providence in controlling Fate Gu, thus allowing the Celestial Court to have a smooth life and reign for over 3 million years. This is my way out. Fan Yuan immediately sensed acutely that these 2 killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. This time, he took the risk to come to the Heavenly Court and set up this trap to deceive Qin Dingling. In the end, he achieved his goal. Qi, I wonder if this research result can help you complete your killer move? Qin Dingling asked in the midst of an intense battle. Fan Yuan coughed. This Heaven Dao research results have indeed benefited me greatly. But modifying a killer move now is extremely risky. I need you to stall for time for me, the more the better. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to hurry. We can only do our best. If not, we can only abandon the Celestial Court and preserve the Gu Immortals. She had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fan Yuan continued to read. Behind the 2 killer moves, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ideology was recorded in detail. Fan Yuan was enlightened and came to a realization. My will is Providence, Providence is my will, so that's it. Fan Yuan did not move for now. He pondered over this profound meaning as his clone Wu Shuai led the 2 Heavens Alliance to fight against the Celestial Court. Because Di Zhanxing was hit by primordial origins method, he was no longer as powerful as before, he was suppressed by Yuan Dan. As for Shabi 95, it had already returned to the defensive line, becoming the main force against Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace rampaged through the battlefield, displaying its power. The Celestial Court's side suffered greatly. But in other aspects, the two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were at a disadvantage. They were not the match of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Compared to the Celestial Court's members, they were still lacking in strength. There were only two people who were on par with them, the two Vice Alliance leaders, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. As for Spectral Soul, who was disguised as Lady Cold Ash, he continued to disguise himself. He fought with all his might but was unable to do so. This is a great opportunity. Fairy Myrtle, bring your men and join the battle in Celestial Court. Spectral Soul ordered. Fan Yuan is in Celestial Court. I want to kill him, as well as Celestial Court, Qixi Ancestor, and the rest. Fairy Myrtle received the order and asked, should we include Longevity Heaven's forces? What if we tell Celestial Court's situation? Fairy Myrtle deduced Fan Yuan's location. Bing Saichuan knew about it too. But Bing Saichuan's side did not know that Celestial Court was in such a situation. They only thought that Celestial Court was heavily guarded. Since that was the case, Bing Saichuan could only conceal Fan Yuan's location for now. Even though he wanted to make use of others to kill him, if Celestial Court really killed Fan Yuan, wouldn't all of Fan Yuan's inheritances and immortal Gu go to Celestial Court? Thus, Bing Saichuan wanted to continue contacting Spectral Soul's side. He wanted the two sides to work together and attack Celestial Court in the future. Spectral Soul thought about Giant Sun's attack during the Fate War. He snorted coldly and said without hesitation, no need to tell them, we will hide it from them, come here. Fairy Myrtle concealed the truth and left with Bing Saichuan's group, rushing to Celestial Court. Celestial Court was damaged now. There were many holes in the aperture walls. They were connected to the outside world. Fairy Myrtle's group could easily and quickly attack. Fairy Myrtle's force cannot turn the situation around. Only when both sides are heavily injured will she have the greatest impact. Spectral Soul thought to himself. To him, the best situation was for Wu Shuai to fight against Celestial Court. They would lose a lot of battle strength. At that time, if he attacked, he would have huge gains. But why is that scoundrel Fan Yuan not attacking yet? Spectral Soul looked at Dragon Palace. At the same time, an immortal Gu house from Celestial Court attacked him. Spectral Soul held back his killing intent, abandoning a group of soul beasts as he retreated. In order to act weak, he decided to endure it. But this immortal Gu house charged forward and used a killer move. A ray of profound light shot out towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook. He hesitated. He had the strength to dodge, but Lady Coldash did not. Without a choice, he could only abandon some soul beasts to block the immortal Gu house and stall for time for him. Die! Che Wei suddenly appeared beside Lady Coldash. His body was shining with golden light. His aura was sharp like a blade. You really think I'm a pushover? Spectral Soul was furious, but he decided to maintain his disguise. Boom! Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Coldash's body. She fell down as a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Lady Coldash's aura weakened rapidly, until it was completely gone. Dead? Another one killed. Che Wei did not find Spectral Soul's weakness. He flew away with the immortal Gu house towards other battlefields. Spectral Soul fell to the ground like a broken sack. He did not move. He was pretending to be dead. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after he fell to the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into dazzling lightning that landed on Spectral Soul's body twice. Lady Coldash's body was charred black. Most of her body was roasted. She emitted the fragrance of meat. I'll endure it! Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. Bam! With a loud sound, Di Zhanxing also fell down, pressing down on Spectral Soul. Next, Yuan Dan flew to Di Zhanxing's body, shouting as she fought. I'll fight, 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 fight! Bam, bam, bam. The ground shook intensely. Spectral Soul's bones and tendons were all crushed. "I'll endure it!" Di Zhangxing and Wan Dan flew away, but soon, an immortal goo house flew over. It was Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai activated a dream path killer move as he chased after Qin Dingling relentlessly. Qin Dingling dodged quickly. The smoke-like killer move could not change direction in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul's body. Spectral Soul. "I can't take it anymore." At the next moment, he burst out, waving his hand as black chi spread across the entire battlefield. Chapter 2043. What is going on? Black chi shook as Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat. His face was filled with shock. He had seen Lady Koldash get killed by Che Wei and felt some regret. To think that not long after, Lady Koldash actually revived. Did she fake her death earlier? But her luck was not good, and she was about to be hit by a Dream Path killer move, so she had to fight again? But how can Lady Koldash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian bewildered, the other Gu immortals also had the same doubts. But compared to Celestial Court's side, the Two Heavens Alliance was not only shocked, but also joyful. After all, Lady Koldash had concealed herself so deeply, she was still one of them. That attack earlier had Duke Long's style. Is Lady Koldash a person on the same level as Duke Long? Humph, I don't believe it. Another Gu immortal charged out from Celestial Court's side. It was none other than Che Wei, who had displayed his might in this battle. Che Wei pounced at Lady Koldash. All sorts of signs and information showed that attack earlier was Lady Koldash's trump card. She could not use it often. Kill! Che Wei's body shined with golden light. He crashed towards Lady Koldash like a meteor. At the same time, far from the battlefield, underground, the two generals of Celestial Court were still forcefully refining Hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation, while Qin Chou was motionless like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairy's voice came from the statue. "It's about time. In a few more minutes, we will be able to completely refine Hatred Gu." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chou's dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, and a crimson-red light shot out explosively from its eyes. "What's going on?" 9 Spiritual Fairy exclaimed in shock. "What happened?" Red Heart Traveler asked while injecting immortal essence to increase the immortal formation's power. But Qin Chou's body shook more and more violently. "It's Hatred Gu, oh no!" 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly cried out in shock. She was forced out of Qin Chou's body like a ray of light. Roar! Qin Chou regained its freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice shook the heavens like thunder. Boom! At the next moment, Qin Chou charged out of the formation, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 shocked Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu immortals. Red Heart Traveler was in charge of the formation and suffered a lot of backlash. He quickly helped up 9 Spiritual Fairy who had fallen to the ground. Qin Chou flew to the battlefield. What happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy's gaze was still dull, her tone uncertain. Maybe I saw wrongly. At that instant earlier, the Rank 8 Hatred Gu burst out with terrifying power. It actually had a trace of the aura of a Rank 9 Immortal Gu. At this time, the battlefield attention had shifted from Dragon Palace and the Qian to Gu. Cho attack, Gu Cho on, Gu Cho. Cho. On, Gu on. Yu. Cho. Gu. Lady Gu, Cho on Cho. Cho Demon to say. Chen on, Cho Dynasty Chen. Demon Gu. Demon Chen to Spectral Soul's thought was direct. Since Fan Yuan is not coming out, I will force him to come out. Today was different from the past. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only rely on Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan to escape and recuperate. But now, he had recovered most of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The immortals were even more shocked. Gu Cho gave up on Cho Dynasty and targeted Dragon Palace. Internal conflict? Cho Dynasty's momentum slowed. Let's observe the situation first. Maybe it is a trap. Qin Ding Ling wanted stability, she gathered her subordinates. Wu Shuai frowned, he controlled Dragon Palace to retreat. But Gu Cho Cho was faster. She pressed her palm on the roof of Dragon Palace. The seemingly light palm caused Dragon Palace to be sent flying like a ball. At the same time, phantoms of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Roar, 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 every immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by. Dragon Palace would suffer a heavy blow. Dozens of immemorial soul beast phantoms flashed by. A huge hole appeared on Dragon Palace's roof. The pillars were broken, tiles were sent flying. It was a pathetic sight. Zhou dynasty broke out in cold sweat. He had experienced Dragon Palace's strength firsthand, but now, Gu Cho Cho only used one palm to force Dragon Palace to this state. So Gu Cho 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 is so strong! I attacked earlier, I was courting death. Zhou dynasty's direction suddenly changed, he returned to the back. Gu Cho Cho Cho, what are you doing? Xiao Hejian shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It is so powerful. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious on the surface, he was feeling a chill in his heart. Dragon Palace continued to retreat. You think you can escape? Gu Cho sneered. She was about to attack again when a huge shadow shrouded her body. Gu Cho turned around. She saw that the mountain-like Qin Cho had gotten close to her at some point. It opened its mouth and was about to devour Gu Cho. Seeing this, Gu Cho was also stunned. Spectral Soul knew about Qin Chao's existence. But he never expected that he would run into Qin Cho at this moment. Seeing that Gu Cho was about to be devoured, her body suddenly turned into black smoke. She floated and dodged Qin Chao's attack. Beast scram! Gu Cho shouted. She stretched out her palm again and pressed it on Qin Chao's head. The scene from earlier happened again. Phantoms of immemorial soul beasts surrounded Qin Cho, flickering continuously. Bam, bam, bam. Each time the phantom appeared, there would be a loud sound of thunder. Qin Chao's flesh was soon torn apart, but it did not retreat. Spectral Soul was about to chase after Dragon Palace when Qin Cho blocked his path. Spectral Soul, I will kill you! I will kill you! Qin Cho roared as it pounced at Gu Cho. Spectral Soul was furious. I have no time to waste on you. He used Gu Cho Chao's body to prepare a terrifying killer move. Traces of black smoke started to come out of Gu Chao's orifices. Her aura rose rapidly. The black smoke gathered and enveloped Qin Cho. Qin Cho activated an offensive killer move that crashed into the black smoke. After a breath of time, the black smoke dissipated. Qin Chao's killer move landed on Gu Chao's body without losing any momentum. Shock flashed across Gu Chao's face. She was sent flying as she was caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal Gu? No, it is only a half-finished product. Gu Cho swallowed a mouthful of blood. She squinted as she sized up Qin Cho, her expression turning solemn. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived at the battlefield. Her pupils shrunk. My senses were right. The rank 8 Hatred Gu is about to advance to rank 9. Qin Chao's origin is from the aggrieved souls that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered. The core immortal Gu that formed Qin Cho is Hatred Gu, but the relationship between Hatred Gu and Qin Cho is not simple. Not only did Hatred Gu create Qin Cho is also nurturing and refining Hatred Gu. Maybe at the start, Hatred Gu was only rank 6, or even rank 4 or 5. But as Qin Cho grew, its endless hatred caused Hatred Gu to advance. Until now, Hatred Gu is advancing from rank 8 to rank 9. Chapter 2044. What situation was this? Seeing that Lady Coldash was sent flying by Qin Cho, the immortals were stunned. The aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu could not be faked, but this aura was too weak, and it was mainly the aura of a rank 8 immortal Gu. This was the first time something like this had happened. An incomplete rank 9 immortal Gu? The immortals felt that it was inconceivable. Gu refinement had always been a very careful process, be it human Gu refinement methods or hairy man Gu refinement methods, they were extremely meticulous. Fan Yuan was like this, Long Hair Ancestor was also like this. They had never heard of a goo worm that could still be used during the goo refinement process. But the truth was right in front of them, the immortals had to admit it. What refinement method is this? Many goo immortals were very excited. This is definitely a new chapter in refinement path. Spectral soul? Chincho has hatred goo, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Coldash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. From Spectral Soul's words, it seems that Fang Yuan is also here. Is he hiding in Dragon Palace? The immortals were shocked and uncertain. There were too many accidents in this battle. Celestial Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, and others had their own arrangements. None of them knew the overall situation. Even though Fang Yuan had been reborn, it was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. He felt a trace of joy. Dragon Palace retreated even faster. Wu Shuai immediately called back the 3 dragon generals. He also ordered the other 2 Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals to defend Dragon Palace and deal with Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to rashly bring the other 2 Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals into Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. They were also very suspicious. I can't wait any longer. Qixi ancestor, Fan Yuan, gritted his teeth as he secretly made a move. He had planned to disguise himself for a while, but with Spectral Soul's exposure and Qin Chao's participation, he knew that he had lost control of the situation. He had to act quickly. Fan Yuan contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has results. Protect me. It will be very crucial next. Understood. A hint of joy flashed across Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the start of the battle. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals retreated and formed a tight defense line. They were very wary of Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace's Wu Shuai. Roar! Qin Cho charged towards Frost Ash Immortal Goo. Hatred Goo's rank 9 aura became denser. It was as if Spectral Soul's appearance had triggered the deepest hatred in Qin Chao's heart. This intense hatred was rapidly refining Hatred Immortal Goo. When Hatred Immortal Goo was activated, it amplified Qin Cho in all aspects. Especially the offensive killer moves, their power rose sharply, they were terrifying. As Spectral Soul fought against Qin Cho, he was suppressed for some time. The hostility on his face intensified. After a few rounds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black gas. The black gas was small and dim, seemingly unremarkable, but when it flew onto Qin Chao's body, Qin Chao's movements became sluggish, and its attacks became disjointed. Spectral Soul's body shook. He turned into countless clones that surrounded Qin Cho. Qin Cho had Hatred Goo, it should be able to identify the real one. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression. It lost its target. Spectral Soul's true body suddenly appeared on Qin Chao's back. He stretched out his hand as his palm and forearm pierced deeply into Qin Chao's body. Qin Chao's body shook intensely. It was in extreme pain. It roared at the sky. Qin Cho unleashed immortal killer moves repeatedly. Disregarding its own safety, it attacked Spectral Soul who was on its back. Spectral Soul took the attacks head-on. He had to maintain his current method. Qin Cho fell to the ground. With a loud sound, heaven and earth shook. A huge pit was created. Qin Cho rolled on the ground, but it could not shake off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is refining Qin Cho! Qin Dingling saw something. Her heart jumped. She was about to order the other Goo Immortals to disturb Spectral Soul. However, Wu Shuai was one step faster. Dragon Palace activated dreamy light smoke again. Pink smoke floated towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but he was wary of Dream Path killer moves. He had no choice but to stop his methods and retreat. Qin Cho broke free and regained its freedom, but it was dispirited. It almost fell to the ground. In contrast, after Spectral Soul flew into the sky, his aura rose by a huge amount. Evidently, the method used against Qin Cho earlier was not just enslavement, it also had the ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all of the Goo Immortals' hearts sank. Qin Cho had quasi-rank 9 Hatred Goo, its battle strength soared. It was already at the level of Fan Yuan, Duke Long, and Feng Jioga during the Fate War, but it could not do much against Spectral Soul. Other than an accident when it attacked Spectral Soul at the start. When Spectral Soul regained his footing, Qin Cho was completely countered by Spectral Soul. In the end, Qin Cho was an immemorial soul beast. And immemorial soul beasts were too familiar to Spectral Soul, who cultivated Soul Path as his main path. Spectral Soul had many methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. Speaking of which, the reason why soul beasts could appear in form was because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is a pity, I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. Humph! Fan Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled. He had a cold expression, killing intent surged as he charged towards Dragon Palace again. Both sides fought again. Wu Shuai fought with all his might, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods. He was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was vast. He rampaged in the battlefield, unstoppable. Dragon Palace, which had been showing off its might earlier, could not resist his unparalleled might. His killer moves were endless. They were either powerful or strange. They could not be defended against. Spectral Soul had recovered, even though he was not as strong as when he was refining sovereign immortal fetus Gu on Etian Mountain. He had already recovered. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul. Qin Cho and the rest interfered, but he was still at a disadvantage. The situation was getting more dangerous. After more than 10 rounds, Dragon Palace was in ruins. The 3 dragon generals also died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, Dreamy Light Smoke was a killer move that made Spectral Soul wary. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals could not be counted on. They all retreated to the side. Spectral Soul was too terrifying. Whoever went up would die. It's about time. Wu Shuai finally received a secret transmission from his main body. He let out a breath of air. He quickly controlled Dragon Palace to charge towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Qin Dingling and the rest formed a defensive line. They were like cats that had their fur blown up. They shined with endless light. Wu Shuai shouted, "Celestial Court, if you don't act now, when Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die." Qin Dingling shouted coldly, "Stop, no matter who comes, we will attack them with all our might." Ever since Spectral Soul fought with Dragon Palace, Celestial Court had been watching from the sidelines. They rarely made a move. Qin Dingling and the rest were watching. If Fan Yuan did not make a move, they would not dare to attack. Who knew what schemes this demon Fan Yuan had up his sleeves? Wu Shuai ignored them. He controlled Dragon Palace to get close to Celestial Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul was following closely. Qin Dingling's expression was grim. She ordered, "Destroy Dragon Palace, force it back." Rumble. All sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace. The sky was filled with dazzling lights and shadows. The Dragon Palace was like a broken ship, going against the current in the raging waves. A large number of Gu worms died, including Immortal Gu. After this battle, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. The cost of repairing it was very high. Oh no, it really came! Seeing that Dragon Palace was about to shake Celestial Court's defensive line, at the crucial moment, Xiaobi 95 and Wan Dan stood up and blocked Dragon Palace. But soon, Spectral Soul arrived. A chaotic battle ensued. Die! Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. He quickly gained the upper hand. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Right at this time, Qi ancestors' laughter could be heard. Swish, swish, swish! The Qi harvest fruit that had shrunk to its limit exploded. Vast Qi currents surged like a tsunami, shaking heaven and earth, causing winds and clouds to gather, covering the entire battlefield in an instant, spreading to the surrounding 10,000 li. At once, the Gu Immortals lost their sense of direction. All they could see was white Qi. They could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents condensed into the shape of a baby, continuously absorbing the white Qi. In a few breaths of time, the baby grew and turned old. It had the appearance of Qi ancestor, rank 8 cultivation level. Fan Yuan's main body flashed. He waved his sleeves as a split soul that was prepared flew out. bringing along many goo worms and immortal essence as it entered Qi ancestor's body. After obtaining the soul, the Qi clone opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's main body took the chance to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2045. Fan Yuan had always planned before taking action. This trip to Celestial Court was indeed risky, but he had made ample preparations. He refined the Celestial Court Qi Harvest fruit into a Qi Path clone, while his main body entered Dragon Palace in an instant. There were many goo immortals in the battlefield, but none of them discovered the truth. Fan Yuan's Qi Path clone inhaled, absorbing the remaining white Qi into his body. Next, he pushed with both palms. With a loud sound, a huge Qi wall condensed and pressed down on Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with an overwhelming force. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light. Black smoke burst out of his body and collided with the Qi wall, creating a sizzling sound. The Qi wall melted, but the surrounding Qi walls quickly filled up the gap. Spectral Soul made use of this momentary gap to turn into black light, passing through at lightning speed. Spectral Soul left a portion of his attention on Qi ancestor. Most of his attention was still on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. This Qi wall was not easy to pass. Once Dragon Palace's Qi wall showed a weakness, Spectral Soul would immediately attack, using Qi ancestor's killer move to deal a heavy blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Qi wall was about to hit Dragon Palace, the door of Dragon Palace opened. Fan Yuan's body was straight like a spear, appearing in front of the immortals. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. Fan Yuan had already prepared his move. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the Qi wall. The huge Qi wall shook and collapsed, turning into countless Qi currents that were swept away by a formless force, entering Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan! He is here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to break the primordial Qi wall. The immortals saw Fan Yuan in front of them. Their hearts shook intensely. The Celestial Court's goo immortals had ashen expressions. They lost the Fate War. Fan Yuan had already turned into a huge shadow that shrouded their hearts. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were shocked and joyful. After all, according to Fan Yuan's current behavior, he should be standing on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fan Yuan's performance made him slightly bewildered. Previously, Fan Yuan had been strengthened by the heavenly Dao marks, so how could he still have such powerful battle prowess? The entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Fan Yuan and Qi ancestor appeared at almost the same time. The entire situation of the battlefield changed. Celestial Court was heavily guarded by Qi ancestor. Spectral Soul was alone, and Fan Yuan was at the entrance of Dragon Palace. The three strongest goo immortals faced each other. In the goo world, experts were respected. The following battle would depend on these three's competition. To think that there would be a day when my Celestial Court could no longer control the situation. Qin Dingling sighed internally as she transmitted to Qi ancestor, asking about his situation. Qi ancestor immediately replied, "Even though the Qi harvest fruits were cleared, I suffered heavy injuries. As for how to survive this tribulation, I will need everyone in Celestial Court to work together." Qin Dingling continued, "This time, it was all thanks to Ancestor that Celestial Court's crisis was resolved. After repelling the enemies, Celestial Court will definitely give Ancestor a satisfactory reward." Qin Dingling tried to recruit Qi ancestor. At this time, Dragon Palace suddenly moved, flying into the sky like an orange-gold meteor. Celestial Court had experienced this tribulation. It was already filled with holes. The Dragon Palace followed the loophole and easily left the Heavenly Court, heading to the primordial White Heaven. The remaining immortals looked at Dragon Palace in a daze. Even though Fan Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, these two actually escaped. Was this still the number one demon of the current era? It seems that Fan Yuan has not replied yet. Even though his attack earlier was powerful and broke Qi ancestor's Qi wall killer move, he is probably at the end of his tether. Should we give chase? This demon Fan Yuan is very crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure the enemies. He might even be setting up an immortal formation outside, waiting for us to fall into his trap. The Celestial Court Goo Immortals hesitated, while the two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were already cursing internally. Their morale, the powerhouses and great experts that they had pinned their hopes on, had actually fled. They had fled even faster than them. Meanwhile, the two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were left in Celestial Court. They were abandoned. Fan Yuan, where do you think you can escape to? Since you are here, die here. Spectral Soul snickered. Carrying Lady Cold Ash's body, he also charged out of Celestial Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar! Qingqiu roared. It had already recovered most of its lost strength. Even though the rank 9 aura of hatred goo was not complete, it was several times denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die! Harboring an irreconcilable hatred, Qingqiu did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, only the Celestial Court Goo Immortals, Qixi Ancestor, and the two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were left in the battlefield. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian looked at each other. The two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals were in an awkward situation. Let's chase! Protect Dragon Palace! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together for the first time. They shouted a slogan that even they did not believe in as they charged out of Celestial Court. The remaining two Heavens Alliance Goo Immortals shouted as well, following the two Vice Alliance leaders as they left the battlefield of Celestial Court. Are we going to kill these variant human Goo Immortals? Princess Impatience asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked at Qixi Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, No! These variant human Goo Immortals are only a small problem. The most important thing is Fan Yuan. Two of you will stay behind to clean up the battlefield, the rest will follow me. We will hunt down Fan Yuan with all our strength. Fan Yuan was not in a good state now. This was the best time to get rid of him. Once they killed Fan Yuan, if they were lucky, the loot they obtained would satisfy the entire Celestial Court. Fan Yuan had too many good things on him. He had countless immortal goo and an extremely outstanding inheritance. Even without these things, as long as they could capture Fan Yuan's soul and search for his memories before his rebirth, it would be extremely valuable to the Celestial Court. Even if they killed Fan Yuan, the Celestial Court would not gain anything substantial. But as long as Fan Yuan died at the hands of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would regain their morale and get rid of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. They would be able to look down on the world with their heads held high. Even if we cannot kill Fan Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Fan Yuan. On the other hand, Qin Dingling was also wary of the old demon Spectral Soul. Ancestor. Qin Dingling was about to speak when Qixi Ancestor interrupted her. Don't say anything else, be it Fan Yuan or Spectral Soul, they are both demons. Everyone in the righteous path has the right to kill them. Time is pressing, the opportunity is fleeting, we need to chase after them. At the crucial moment, Qixi Ancestor displayed his righteous path's responsibility. This attitude made the Celestial Court's immortals have a good impression of him. Qin Dingling nodded heavily. If not for Qixi Ancestor, they would not be able to chase after them. The main body's situation is bad, I need to take care of him. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals are more useful than the two Heavens Alliance's cannon fodder. Qixi Ancestor had a scheme in his mind. He led the Celestial Court's Immortals to join the chase. This way, Dragon Palace was flying at the front, while Spectral Soul was closing the distance between them. Next was Qingqiu. Next was Qixi Ancestor, and the Celestial Court's Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the two Heavens Alliance, and the other variant human Goo Immortals, after leaving the battlefield of the Celestial Court, they had already scattered. They only wanted to escape. They did not dare to get involved in this mess. At this time, Dragon Palace's door was already shut. Fan Yuan sat on the ground, actively modifying the killer moves Heaven-Human Sensation and replacement of workers with Heaven. Fan Yuan lacked most of the goo worms needed for these two killer moves. Fan Yuan could only modify them and replace the goo worms needed to make these two killer moves work for him. Immortal goo were unique. These two killer moves had just been obtained. Fan Yuan's difficulty in modifying them increased greatly. After experimenting for a while, Fan Yuan changed his strategy. He gave up on the Gu immortal level and started with mortal killer moves. Fan Yuan communicated with jewel yellow skies and quickly gathered the corresponding mortal Gu worms. With the Gu worms, modifying killer moves would drop from an immortal killer move to a mortal killer move. The difficulty would plummet to rock bottom. With these two mortal killer moves, Fan Yuan stopped the formation in the sovereign immortal aperture. He stopped using chi tides to cleanse the 9 heavens and 5 earths in the immortal aperture. Soon, Providence was created. Fan Yuan first sent a will to Providence. Next, he activated Heaven-Human Sensation. Fan Yuan's will fused into Providence. After that, he used Heaven's Worker's substitute killer move. After a while, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with shocking light. I sensed a certain heaven path down mark. If the word sense was used instead, Fan Yuan would use another word, capture. Originally, with the heaven path down mark on him, even though Fan Yuan knew about it, he could only ignore it. But this time was different. When Fan Yuan sensed it, it meant that this heaven path down mark was temporarily under his control. Chapter 2046. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace suffered a heavy blow. It shook intensely. A large number of tiles on the roof broke and fell. The moment they fell to the air, these tiles turned into Gu worm fragments. They were blown away by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even when Wu Shuai pushed Dragon Palace to its maximum speed, it could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in a layer of pitch-black fog. Every time he attacked, Dragon Palace would suffer heavy damage. Wu Shuai had to focus on repairing it, but thankfully, he had many Gu worms. He was well prepared. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. His expression was grim. He came to the Celestial Court with the identity of Qi ancestor. His goal was to resolve the heaven path Dao marks on him. When he achieved his goal, he immediately chose to escape. Who cared about the title of the number 1 demon? Fan Yuan never cared about it. However, Fan Yuan's goal was achieved now, but he needed time. What he lacked now was time. Next, Spectral Soul will chase after me relentlessly. The Celestial Court will probably do the same. They will not let me escape easily. It will be very difficult for me to escape this time. Fan Yuan's movement methods had been improving. Long ago, his strongest teleportation method was to transform into an ancient sword dragon and use sword escape killer move. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel, as well as a killer move that used fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel might have a chance of escaping, but Fan Yuan was very weak now. He was constantly being interfered with by the heaven path Dao marks. If Fan Yuan wanted to get rid of this interference, and completely refine these heaven path Dao marks, he would need a long time. Fan Yuan thought about it from another perspective. Be it Spectral Soul or the Celestial Court, they wanted Fan Yuan to die. The former expended almost all of his wealth to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, but Fan Yuan intercepted him. The latter's base was ravaged by Fan Yuan, and the spiritual pillar of fate Gu was destroyed by Fan Yuan. The Celestial Court was the leader of the righteous path, and they cared about their reputation the most. In the end, during the Fate War, the Celestial Court's reputation was beaten swollen by Fan Yuan. In the past, the Celestial Court could not deal with them because they could not find Fan Yuan. In the future, they might not be able to deal with Fan Yuan. Once Fan Yuan regained his strength, the Celestial Court would have a hard time dealing with him. Now that the Celestial Court has found Fan Yuan, of course they will kill you. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to find it again. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fan Yuan was very clear about his situation. Thoughts collided in his mind as he actively tried to think of a way out. However, his expression immediately changed. It turned out that the heaven path Dao marks in his body had changed again. They started to stir up trouble. Their interference towards Fan Yuan had increased by several times. When Fan Yuan dealt with the Qi wall earlier, he made a huge commotion, but a large part of it was because of Qi ancestors' secret cooperation. He could not use his true battle strength. But even at this level, Fan Yuan had secretly used human path methods to resist the interference of the heaven path Tao marks with all his strength. He could only reach his limit. Outside, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace in a frenzy. The outer walls were filled with cracks, tiles were flying everywhere. There were heaven path Tao marks inside that restricted Fan Yuan's movements. The situation was very dangerous. It was even more dangerous than the Fate War. After all, during the Fate War, Fan Yuan could still use Spring Autumn Cicada. But now, his greatest trump card had lost its effect. Fan Yuan had no chance to redo it. If he made any mistakes, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul's killing intent penetrated Dragon Palace and caused Fan Yuan's hair to stand on end. Fan Yuan's lips curled up. He had already thought it through. Go to Crazed Demon Cave. The heaven path Tao marks were interfering with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan could not use his killer moves easily. Even if he could, the effect would be very poor. Fan Yuan could only get out of this predicament with the help of external forces. As for the other dangerous areas, they were not of much help to Fan Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the fleeing party. It was at the front. If they barged into a dangerous area, Dragon Palace would be the first to suffer the retaliation. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul would have the advantage. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. In a certain layer of Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan could use the sovereign immortal body to enter the next layer, while the other Gu immortals would be blocked. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass, Fan Yuan did not know. But he could take a gamble. After all, Spectral Soul was not in his complete state when he was alive. And most importantly, Spectral Soul did not have the sovereign immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul uses a forceful force to pass, he would expend a lot of strength. Furthermore, the next layer is extremely vast and profound. I can continue to fight against Spectral Soul inside. Fan Yuan made up his mind. He activated Dragon Palace and changed directions, heading towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he was in charge of repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply as he got closer. He stretched out his hand and attacked Dragon Palace. At the next moment, countless immemorial soul beast phantoms appeared. Each time they appeared, Dragon Palace's outer wall would crumble. After the soul beast phantoms flashed for an entire round, several pillars at the top of Dragon Palace started to show cracks. Wu Shuai had a grim expression. Oh no, this killer move is very powerful. It actually attacked the immortal Gu house from inside out. Many of Dragon Palace's core immortal Gu were damaged. Fan Yuan's main body squinted. The door of Dragon Palace was shut, but his vision was not obstructed. He could see the situation outside Dragon Palace clearly. Fan Yuan said solemnly, Spectral Soul has used this soul path killer move before, but it is clearly more effective this time. Evidently, Spectral Soul modified it at the last minute. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul was extremely strong. Even though he was no longer rank 9, he had battle strength on par with Duke Long. Even though most of his attainment level was stripped away, his soul path attainment level did not fall by much. Even though Spectral Soul had not fought Dragon Palace for a long time, he had already deduced many of Dragon Palace's weaknesses. Thus, the modified soul path killer move was becoming more and more threatening. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had rich battle experience. He was even more experienced than Fan Yuan in this aspect. After all, he had slaughtered all over the world back then. After a few more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul at all. Fan Yuan sighed. He could only send other immortal Gu houses. A silver-white flying ship with a long and narrow body flew out like a flying sword, shining with silver light as it flew towards Spectral Soul. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Spectral Soul's figure flickered, dodging it. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly turned around, activating a killer move to attack Spectral Soul from afar. At once, Dragon Palace fought while retreating. Myriad Year Flying Warship supported it from the side, doing its best to protect it. Spectral Soul chased them all the way. His demonic aura caused countless winds and clouds to change. Fan Yuan's main body was affected by the heaven path Tao marks, but the immortal goo house left his body to fight alone. It was free from this fatal restriction. As long as Fan Yuan's will and immortal essence reserves were not exhausted inside the immortal goo house, myriad-year flying warship had the strength to fight. But Spectral Soul had incredible strength. He used all sorts of killer moves that were either powerful and hard to defend against, or extremely peculiar. He easily nullified all of Fan Yuan's efforts. He had complete control over the entire battle. Even with the combined strength of 2 rank 8 immortal goo houses, they were not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, during the Fate War, 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation was completely destroyed. Otherwise, myriad-year flying warship and 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation would have been enough to cause trouble for Spectral Soul. Fan Yuan considered the situation. He did not change his previous decision. He still focused on escaping. After obtaining the Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results, Fan Yuan had the advantage of time. As long as he avoided this danger, when Fan Yuan completely dealt with the problem of the Heaven Path Tao marks, he would be able to hold his head high. Spectral Soul attacked with all his might. In his opinion, this was the best time to get rid of Fan Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Not just the sovereign immortal body, but also the dream realms that Fan Yuan plundered. Spectral Soul could regain his attainment level after regaining the dream realms. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to recover his strength so quickly? Fan Yuan was the undisputed number 1. In Spectral Soul's eyes, Fan Yuan was a human-shaped moving treasure vault. Yuan, go to hell! I want you dead! Qing Chou was covered in wind and lightning as it approached. Dragon Palace, myriad-year flying warship, and Spectral Soul fought as they moved. Their speed was greatly reduced. This allowed Qing Chou to catch up. Qing Chou's eyes were bloodshot. Its face was twisted and terrifying. It only had Spectral Soul in its eyes. In just a short period of time, the rank 9 aura of hatred goo on its body had doubled. It was shocking. Qing Chou was even stronger now. It roared as a lightning ball with a human face shot out from its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast. It was greenish-black in color. It was eerie and cold. It flew quickly but silently. Spectral Soul waved his hand as a black whip formed, wanting to send the lightning ball flying. But the human face on the lightning ball smiled sinisterly. It increased its speed and dodged the whip, getting close to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move, but the lightning ball had already self-detonated. Rumble! The lightning ball's self-detonation was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was huge. Fan Yuan's Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship were not spared. They were both affected. Qing Chou endured the shockwaves of the explosion as it charged towards Spectral Soul without any regard for its own safety. You beast! After being disrupted time and time again, Spectral Soul was extremely furious. Fan Yuan took the chance to escape. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement and became even more furious. Little beast, don't think of escaping! Dragon Palace's speed fell as expected. Black fog rose from the destroyed area of Dragon Palace. It was severely slowing down. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fan Yuan was shocked. He instantly had the thought of moving into myriad-year flying warship. But unfortunately, myriad-year flying warship was also emitting black fog. Its speed was slow. The black fog soon dispersed, but Spectral Soul seized the opportunity. He defeated Qing Chou and approached Dragon Palace. At once, the 3 sides engaged in a chaotic battle. Fan Yuan wanted to get rid of Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was already overwhelmed by hatred. It had no intention to cooperate. Qing Chou only wanted to deal with Spectral Soul, but it did not care about Fan Yuan. It used all sorts of killer moves against Dragon Palace. To protect himself, Fan Yuan had to deal with Qing Chou at times. After a few rounds, Spectral Soul gained the upper hand again. Even though he was only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul, he was extremely strong. His battle style was different from Duke Long's dominance. He was more ruthless and crafty. His killing intent was bone-chilling. He was ruthless and crazy. But he had a terrifying understanding of the situation. he often attacked and made use of Fan Yuan's and Qin Chao's strength to exhaust each other. The number of times Spectral Soul attacked was decreasing, but in the chaotic battle between the three sides, his advantage was becoming firmer. Chapter 2047. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. In the three-way battle, Fan Yuan clearly sensed the difference between them. Even though Fan Yuan had been reborn many times, in terms of overall battle foundation, he could not compare to Venerables. But the main reason is that Qin Chou has lost its rationality. Even though it attacks ferociously and disregards its own safety, Spectral Soul is still making use of it. If Qin Chou had a clear mind, it would not end up like this. Fan Yuan felt some regret. Even though Hatred Gu was advancing towards rank 9 and Qin Chao's battle strength was getting stronger, it lacked intelligence. No matter how strong it would only be used by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Worship, Fan Yuan still felt weak. This was something that had never happened before. Fan Yuan was still retreating, he fought as he retreated. Even though he was at a disadvantage, as long as Spectral Soul could not use a battlefield killer move to trap Fan Yuan would be free. Dragon Palace broke through the heavenly wind Qi wall first, descending towards Central Continent. Myriad-Year Flying Worship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul's body turned into black smoke as he chased after it, unable to get rid of it. Finally, Qin Chao's mountain-like body broke through the Qi wall and left immemorial white heaven, arriving in Central Continent. Qixi Ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest left Celestial Court and chased after them. When they found out that Fan Yuan and the rest had landed in Central Continent, Celestial Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Fan Yuan, he did not escape from the huge immemorial white heaven, he chose to come to Central Continent. He is not having a good time, he still wants to implicate the innocent, he truly deserves to die. Qixi Ancestor also snorted coldly. Fan Yuan has been causing trouble for too long, if we can kill him this time, it will be a blessing to the world. While saying that, he secretly used a method to inform the main body, Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan immediately understood, Celestial Court's pursuers would soon catch up. But he had no choice, his speed was greatly hindered by Spectral Soul. When the Celestial Court's people caught up, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Fan Yuan and Qin Chou. Qin Dingling frowned, she hesitated for a moment before saying to Qixi Ancestor, Ancestor, please attack Fan Yuan first and kill him. How could Qixi Ancestor attack the main body, he said after some hesitation. In this situation, Fan Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. Both are overlords of the demonic path. If we deal with Fan Yuan and suffer his final counterattack, Spectral Soul might succeed in the end. Qin Dingling shook her head. Ancestor, you still don't know Fan Yuan very well. He was too cunning and sinister. He definitely had a backup plan. Perhaps the current battle situation was just a layer of his disguise. We must kill him and not give him a chance. Qixi Ancestor. Celestial Court had suffered too many losses at the hands of Fan Yuan. Qin Dingling's hatred towards Fan Yuan was so deep that it surpassed Spectral Soul's. But thinking about it, back when Spectral Soul was invincible in the world, he did not cause as much damage to Celestial Court as Fan Yuan. Qin Dingling's thoughts were easy to understand. Qixi Ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what should they do next? If there was no other choice, Qixi Ancestor could only attack Spectral Soul and help Fan Yuan's main body escape. Fan Yuan replied, Don't be in a hurry, let me try first. Dragon Palace's door suddenly opened, a pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. The pure dream reality seeker physique body flew towards Spectral Soul, the latter's pupils shrunk as he retreated. Bam! The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a lump of dream realm that floated in the air, forming a temporary barrier. Dragon Palace and Myriad-Year Flying Worship used this chance to pull away. Spectral Soul went around the dream realm and chased after it again. But Qin Chou lost its rationality, it fell into the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred Gu on Qin Chao's body erupted, It actually broke out of the dream realm and attacked. This is? Qing Cho actually charged into the dream realm. It was not trapped. It is hatred goo. The legends of Renzu had a vague description of it. Hatred has no dreams. Fan Yuan was also shocked by this. Qing Cho clearly did not have any dream path methods. It actually used hatred goo to break out. Dream path was ahead of the entire era. It could be said to be invincible, but it could not counter hatred goo. Hatred has no dreams. Or rather, against the rank 9 hatred goo, the scale of the dream realm earlier was not enough. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. Like the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, if it hit Spectral Soul, it could only trap him for a while. He would break out later and cause Dragon Palace to collapse. Dreamy Light Smoke's level was still lower than Spectral Soul's. If it was raised to rank 9, it would be a different situation. Even so, whenever Spectral Soul encountered Dreamy Light Smoke killer move, he mainly dodged. He was extremely calm. He was extremely fast, moving like a phantom. It was like teleportation in short distances. It was extremely difficult for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, what made Fan Yuan happy was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies from Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul definitely has them. But he probably lacks the corresponding immortal goo. He cannot use the killer move. After Fan Yuan sensed this, he immediately condensed a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated. Bam 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 bam. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and myriad year flying warship were surrounded by dream realms. There was no gap left. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fan Yuan. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan's method of self-defense was too shameless. Even the Celestial Court Immortals could not deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul, Qi Ancestor reminded. Fan Yuan watched from the sidelines. The Celestial Court Immortals were in an awkward situation. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly. Qi Ancestor stood at the front without hesitation. Qing Cho roared angrily as it continued to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Beast! Since you want to die, I will kill you first." His body suddenly vanished, appearing on Qing Chao's back at the next moment. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Qing Cho, a cheap path killer move attacked him. Spectral Soul had to block it. Qing Cho used the chance to turn around and spat out a green-black lightning ball, escaping from danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Ancestor with a cold gaze. The one who interrupted him earlier was Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor looked at Spectral Soul with a vigilant expression. He explained to Qin Dingling, "We cannot let Spectral Soul succeed again. He seems to be able to absorb the strength of immemorial soul beasts to strengthen himself. Can the Celestial Court continue to attack and enslave Qin Cho?" Qin Dingling sighed. "We have already lost our best chance. Qin Chao's strength has increased. We need to wait for a good opportunity to refine hatred goo." The Celestial Court Goo Immortals did not blame Qi Ancestor for attacking recklessly. In fact, it was reasonable for Qi Ancestor to attack. From the perspective of the Celestial Court Immortals, Fan Yuan was trapped in a dream realm. Qi Ancestor helped Qing Cho and did not want Spectral Soul to grow stronger. It was for the sake of the Celestial Court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul charged towards the Celestial Court Immortals. Qing Cho followed closely. It was another chaotic three-way battle, but this time, the Celestial Court took away Fan Yuan's role. Fan Yuan was safe for now. The only thing he had to take care of was the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense line, he needed to detonate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies frequently to fill the gaps in the defense line. Immortal killer move, Yin-Yang great killer move. Rumble. With the sound of explosions, two giant hands, one black and one white, appeared from the left and right. The two giant hands covered the sky. They flew in a mystical trajectory and grabbed Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly screamed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Qi Ancestor. At the center of the Yin-Yang hands, Spectral Soul's original position was replaced by an immemorial soul beast. Spectral Soul breathed out a trail of black smoke that struck Chi Ancestor. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak. Chi Ancestor flew back. The Heavenly Astral Battle Cloak melted in the black smoke, but he managed to block this strange attack. Even though Chi Ancestor was a newly created Chi Path cloned by Fan Yuan, he had incredible strength. He was formed from the Chi Harvest fruit of the Celestial Court. With the accompanying immortal goo, his battle strength did not decrease at all. But even so, Chi Ancestor was suppressed by Spectral Soul. He was in a passive state. Qin Dingling led the Celestial Court Immortals to help Chi Ancestor, while sending orders to Spirit Affinity House to summon Feng Kim Hong to join the battle. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Path Immortal Goo that could fight pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. He could easily break through Fan Yuan's defense line. Qin Dingling had always treated Fan Yuan as the main target of elimination. Fan Yuan's main body was inside Dragon Palace. He watched the battle while refining Heaven Path Dao marks as quickly as possible. Master, we are here! In the chaotic battle, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan led a small group and joined the battle. Before the Celestial Court Goo Immortals could react, someone flew over from the horizon. Let me join in the fun! Chapter 2048. In the chaotic three-way battle, Fairy Myrtle's group and Demon Immortal Chi Ju suddenly joined the battle. The situation became even more complicated. Go block the Celestial Court! Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan attacked. Killer moves were like waves of light that swept towards Qin Dingling and the rest. Other than Chi Ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest were inside the Immortal Goo House. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. But the Celestial Court's Immortals were furious. They were not angry at Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan's betrayal, but at Spectral Soul's enslavement method. Towards Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jingyuan's loyalty, the Celestial Court trusted them greatly. The Celestial Court's Immortals knew why these two betrayed them. It was because of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul chuckled. How does it feel to fight your own people? Whether we can save them or not will depend on your methods. If we miss this chance today, we might not get it again in the future. The Celestial Court's Immortals heard this, and their attacks froze. Qin Dingling's brows were sharp like swords. She frowned as she ordered. Spectral Soul wants us to hold back. He wants to stall for time. He does not need to care about Ziwei and Jingyuan's lives. If we kill them, we will be able to free them. At the crucial moment, Qin Dingling displayed the foresight of a leader. She was decisive and resolute. Spectral Soul heard this and raised his brows slightly. His movements became faster as he pounced at Qin Cho again. Qin Cho quickly fell into a disadvantage in the battle. Stop him! Seeing that Spectral Soul was going to use the same trick again to extract strength from Qin Cho, Qin Dingling quickly asked for help. Ancestor, please help! Even without her reminder, Chi Ancestor had already pounced at Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a Chi current surged out like a heavenly river, obstructing Chi Ancestor. Chi Ancestor stopped his movements as he looked at the attacker. Chi Ju! Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled as he blocked the path. Chi Si, you were disrupted by the Celestial Court in the previous battle. You are still not satisfied. This time, let us have a fair duel. The hearts of the Immortals of the Celestial Court sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was actually Spectral Soul's help. What kind of agreement did the two parties reach? Fairy Myrtle was also overjoyed. Demon Immortal Chi Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flashed in her eyes. She had an epiphany. A long time ago, Demon Immortal Chi Ju started to wantonly purchase inheritances in jewel yellow skies, involving all paths. He was a character from the olden antiquity era. He was reborn after Fate Gu was destroyed. With the help of these inheritances, he can quickly catch up to the current great era. The reason why Chi Ju is helping us is most likely because his lord has made a deal with Chi Ju and sold a large amount of inheritance to him. Fairy Myrtle's guess was spot on. Even though Demon Immortal Chi Ju did not expose his identity in jewel yellow skies, he did not conceal himself. His actions and intentions were clear. If the Celestial Court could discover Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's actions, how could Spectral Soul not? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and the Celestial Court could not cooperate. But Spectral Soul was also a demonic path cultivator. He had a vast number of inheritances. He was the most ideal transaction partner for Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Fan Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. He got onto Qing Chao's back again. At the next moment, he attacked. Qing Chao roared, but its strength was rapidly absorbed by Spectral Soul again. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred gu, Qing Chao was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Qing Chao's aura fell rapidly, while Spectral Soul was energized. After he was done sucking, he kicked Qing Chao and sent it flying down. Next, he charged at Fan Yuan at lightning speed. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace suddenly lost a huge chunk. They turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal goo to activate the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had intentionally let Fan Yuan go earlier. He did not use his methods immediately. This time, he got rid of Qing Chao. He used reinforcements to block the Celestial Court and Qi Si Ancestors group. He attacked Fan Yuan again. The immortals were moved. The entire battle seemed to be under Spectral Soul's control from start to finish. In history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was famous for his bloodthirst, but that did not mean he only had one way to solve problems: kill. He was also cold, crafty, and sinister. It was just that when he was alive, he did not need to use any methods. He could use his own strength to kill anyone who did not submit to him. Right now, Spectral Soul's strength was not much weaker than his enemies. Thus, he used all sorts of methods to increase his strength. At once, a large number of dream realms were absorbed and taken back by Spectral Soul. Fairy Myrtle and the rest fought against the Celestial Court, while Qi Si Ancestor fought against Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. He was at a disadvantage. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the secluded domain of Heaven and Earth Shi. It countered Qi Si Ancestor, who was of the same path as him. The situation was dangerous. Fan Yuan could not use dream realms to block the enemies. The door of Dragon Palace suddenly opened. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out, breaking through the defense of the dream realms and attacking Spectral Soul. Bam bam bam. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into dream realms that spread in the air. Spectral Soul quickly dodged. He was not enveloped by the dream realms. But using this chance, Wu Shuai activated Dragon Palace and entered the other side of the dream realms. Myriad Year Flying Warship followed closely behind. The two immortal Gu House's intention of escaping was clear. "Where do you think you are going?" Spectral Soul shouted coldly. He quickly bypassed the dream realms and got closer. Fan Yuan was his main target. He had to kill him. This was a rare opportunity. Wherever Fan Yuan escaped to, Spectral Soul would chase after him. Spectral Soul stared at Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. His eyes flickered with killing intent that was determined to kill them. At the next moment, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship split up, retreating in two different directions. Spectral Soul was stunned. What should he do? Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace were hidden in the dream realms, isolated from the outside. The current Spectral Soul did not know which immortal Gu House Fan Yuan was hiding in. Spectral Soul was only one person. He could not chase after two immortal Gu Houses at the same time. But Spectral Soul made a decision almost instantly. He shouted, "Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, chase after Myriad Year Flying Warship. After this is done, I will reward you handsomely." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snickered as he used Shilan to absorb Qi Si Ancestor's killer move. He easily escaped and chased after Myriad Year Flying Warship. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul was still in charge of Dragon Palace. Fairy Myrtle also received the order and slowly retreated. "What do we do?" The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals asked Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling looked at Fairy Myrtle and the rest. She said without hesitation, "Kill Fan Yuan first." But the problem that troubled Spectral Soul earlier was also troubling Celestial Court's group, which Immortal Gu House was Fan Yuan in. Just guess, gamble on luck? Qin Dingling frowned. Even though she did not want to do this, Celestial Court lacked wisdom path Gu Immortals. They could only do this. I can help you. Fairy Myrtle suddenly stopped retreating. I have a method to deduce Fan Yuan's location. The Celestial Court's Immortals were stunned. What method? How long will it take? Qixi Ancestor asked. With our help, it will only take a moment. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded. The Immortals turned around and saw that Calamity Luck Altar was flying towards them. They finally arrived. Fairy Myrtle let out a breath of air. These people from Longevity Heaven were naturally summoned by her. Earlier, Fairy Myrtle and the rest had received orders from Spectral Soul to conceal Longevity Heaven and sneak an attack on Celestial Court. But the situation changed too quickly. Fairy Myrtle analyzed the situation on the way and made plans to borrow the power of Longevity Heaven. After obtaining Spectral Soul's permission, Fairy Myrtle immediately contacted Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar flew closer as Bing Sichuan said. My master said that we do not need too many chess players in this world. The Immortals' hearts shook. Bing Sichuan's master was naturally Giant Sun Immortal. All sorts of signs showed that this venerable had deep plans. He still had a deep will and strength left in the world. Currently, Fan Yuan was the one with the highest chance of becoming a venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally did not want this to happen. For the sake of his future plans, he had to eliminate Fan Yuan before he became strong enough. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. She fell into a difficult decision. Cooperate with Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven? The former was a demonic path cultivator, while the latter was a strong enemy in the Fate War. They were both involved in the destruction of Fate Gu. Cooperate with these people? Qin Dingling only thought for a few breaths of time before saying through gritted teeth. Okay. Chapter 2049. I'm very sorry. Recently, my updates have been very unstable, and I've taken leave every few days. In fact, I understand everyone's pain very well. Because I'm not only an author, but also a reader. When I read a certain web novel and take leave every few days, my reading experience will be very uncomfortable. I'll be disappointed, I'll be angry, and sometimes I'll even curse in my heart. This author is really an idiot. However, the truth is very cruel. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say, regarding the issue of the recent updates, I'm that idiot author. I really want to update steadily, or even add chapters, or explode chapters. Therefore, I've made a greater promise than before. Which author doesn't want to update steadily and frequently? For web novels, frequent updates means popularity and income. Which author doesn't want to make life difficult for their wallet? I'm a mortal, I'm a layman, of course I also want to earn more money. But the cruel truth tells me, I'm not capable enough. I'm really not capable enough. I can't update steadily or add chapters. I can only take leave frequently, think hard, and then write it out bit by bit. Some readers will ask, didn't you update steadily in the past? Then I can only answer these readers with a bitter smile. Yes, I used to update steadily, and even add chapters, or explode chapters. But that was in the early and middle stages of novel writing. Novel writing gets harder as it goes on. In the early stages, it's like drawing on a blank piece of paper. In the middle stages, the clues are scattered, and you follow them patiently. In the late stages, it's the most difficult, because you have to collect all the scattered clues, fill in all the holes, and let all the characters have their own ending. To this extent, the later stages of the novel are truly qualified for the later stages. The later stages of a novel with 1,000,000 words are difficult. The later stages of a novel with 2,000,000 words are very difficult, and the later stages of a novel with 3,000,000 words are even more difficult. Our novel has more than 6,000,000 words, so you can imagine the difficulty. The novel, Venomous Goo Master, is different from most web novels. Usually, the plot of web novels is linear, and it goes on for a very, very long time. The map is constantly changing many, many times. Almost all the characters in the early and middle stages, except for the main supporting characters, almost disappear in the later stages of the novel. As for Venomous Goo Master, it's more like a stage, a big stage. No matter what kind of characters, they have a chance to appear in the later stages. I won't mention important supporting characters like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan. Let me give you an example, Qing Huizi. This person encountered Demon Immortal Qi Ju and fell into a dangerous situation, but thankfully Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not take his life. In fact, Qing Huizi is a minor character in the middle of this book, and I've mentioned him briefly. Another example was Mo Clan's Plump Lady. This character appeared during Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie period. At the end of the book, she appeared again. Moreover, her appearance affected Mo Li. And Mo Li and Ping Da's encounters would affect other characters. Every character had their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. Their every action, whether intentional or unintentional, would cause the lives of other characters to change. I think that only such a novel world can be called spiritual. Therefore, Venerable Gu's plot design was very complicated and difficult. Especially in the later stages, the 5 regions and 2 heaven stage. So many people. Every time I put pen to paper, I was very cautious. If I'm not careful, I'll eat my settings, my character will collapse, or my logic will be wrong. And this was only the difficulty of the main text. There was another part of the novel that was several times more difficult than the main text. Needless to say, everyone knew, that was the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu was very difficult. Not only did I have to create a legend, I also had to create a legend that surpassed Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, Noah's creation of man, and Adam and Eve's level. Because the latter did not involve philosophy, but the Legends of Renzu contained philosophy, it was deeper, and could be read in detail. Because the dialogues and plots I designed had to follow a certain path. Let's give an example. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance killed Hatred Gu, but found out that Hatred Gu could not be killed. This plot was very simple, but it contained a very simple path. Revenge breeds revenge. Hatred cannot be used to extinguish hatred. To get rid of hatred, other methods were needed. Another example. Renzu refined Wealth Gu, he used Hardship Gu, Worry Gu, and Sorrow Gu. Next, Stupidity Gu was deceived and died. Wisdom Gu was also deceived, but it escaped in the end. Eventually, Renzu lost both his hands and refined Wealth Gu. This plot was a description of wealth. Earning wealth was very difficult, maintaining wealth required a sense of hardship, and losing wealth would cause sorrow. Foolish people would die in excess of wealth, while wise people would often be blinded by wealth, but truly wise people would eventually see through this point. Finally, wealth was created by the hands of humans. There were many more examples like this. I felt that the Legends of Renzu was much more difficult than normal web novels. It also got harder as it progressed. Because I had to write about Renzu's 10 children, how to destroy the 9 heavens, and some foreshadowing, Qianquan Crystal Wall, in the later stages. The main text was difficult, but the Legends of Renzu was even more difficult. And what I had to do was to skillfully combine the two. This was an extremely difficult task. At least to me, it was extremely difficult. I had to write the Legends of Renzu chapter by chapter, and then skillfully insert them into the main text, adding the finishing touch to the main text. And the order of these chapters could not be messed up, they could not be reversed. To speak the truth, my pressure was immense. Especially recently, I often could not sleep. I could only barely fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. Thinking about the plot, thinking about the Legends of Renzu made my head feel like it was burning. I remembered that a few days ago, I made an appointment with an old Chinese doctor. But the night before, I was anxious and could not sleep. I organized the outline and slept at 2 or 3 in the morning. But the next day, I did not even have breakfast and rushed to the hospital. There was a traffic jam, causing the appointment to be missed, and I had to wait until the afternoon to register again. I might as well make another appointment, but that would have to wait until next week. Right now, China's medical resources were getting more and more scarce. I usually would not say such things. It was not because of my reputation, but because I felt that as a man, I would not act pitifully to gain sympathy. I was only saying it now to express reality. I hope everyone can understand my current writing state. Actually, there were many times when I was thinking, should I give up on the Legends of Renzu? Or should I just write it casually? I would be able to get stable updates every day. It was fine if the quality of the article was bad, but at least the readers would not be too disgusted. With updates every day, I would get paid every day, why not? But when I thought about it again, I could not. There were many readers who had been following me for many years, reading until now. At the later stages, I had to write such a dry and insincere article to brush them off. That was not possible. My original intention in writing this book was to write about a different demon. Regardless of anything else, it was just a pure desire to write. Whether it sold well or not was secondary. Whether my wallet was full or not was secondary. Whether I could eat well or not is secondary. So, could I just be sloppy towards the later stages of the book? That was not possible. If I did that, I would be letting down my years of hard work and blood. I would be letting down my initial ambition and initial intention. What I wanted to see was that the later stages of the book were good, up to my standards, and above average. Everyone was reading along now, 1 chapter a day, but it was actually hard to tell if it was good or bad. Because the vision was limited. Only after reading a large portion of the book at a fast speed could one realize the standard of the novel. I did not want to see similar comments. Go Down Master was good in the first and middle stages, but it collapsed in the later stages. There were a bunch of logical errors. The author just ate random settings. The Legends of Renzu was written like dog shit. It was really disappointing. This was a very crucial period for the book. It was very difficult. Not only did I feel unprecedented difficulty in writing, but every time my ideas failed, I would feel small and insignificant, a deep sense of defeat. But I would not give up, I would rather focus on quality, putting aside quantity and remuneration. I hope that everyone can be more understanding and more tolerant. If you really can't understand, I suggest that everyone put it aside. Because to be honest, reading along like this would indeed affect the reading experience. I suggest that everyone wait until the book is completed before reading again. If there is a genuine subscription support, then thank you very much for your support. I really spent too much effort on this book. Finally, I am very sorry, there was still no update today. The results of the ideas these 2 days were still too poor, so I rejected it. I decided to make some changes to the outline. The plot of Fan Yuan being chased is very complicated, because I will use a different writing method. I still need to think about the characters involved in it before I can write it with confidence. I will make an appointment with everyone. In the future, as long as there was no update between 8 p.m. and 8:10 p.m., it meant that there was no update for that day. Everyone, please stop reading and wait for the update. In the later stages of the book, the updates are not very optimistic. I reckon that it will not be able to continue. It is very difficult to stabilize the updates. I suggest that everyone put it aside and look at other outstanding web novels. If you really want to read this book, you can start from the beginning. Many readers are reading it 5 or 6 times. I am confident that Venomous Goo can be read over and over again. Recently, there are many readers reading this book again, and there are also a few kind-hearted people who contact me through WeChat or QQ if they see any typos or mistakes. I will correct these mistakes as long as I see them. I am preparing to do a large-scale revision of this book during this period of time. I am using the Pinyin input method, and there are many typos. I did not do a good job in this aspect. I will correct it. I am very embarrassed after saying so much. Of course, I would rather use the time I used to write this manuscript to write the Legends of Renzu. But after reading so many reviews, I feel that there is a need to communicate with everyone. Thank you for your support all this while. Venomous Goo thanks you. If everyone does not support me, I can understand. Please have a safe journey. Good people live a peaceful life. Thank you for your support. Because this is indeed because I did not do it well, I am not capable enough. In the later stages, even though I want to, I am unable to steadily update. I can only write like this to write a novel that meets my standards. I might let down some of my readers by doing this. But I feel that as an author, I must first not let down my own work. Venomous Goo is like my child, I have raised it up step by step. I can't mess up this work when it's almost done. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.